Welcome, everyone. We're happy to have you here at the Family Matters Conference. My name is Brad Simpson. I am the director of the Bachelor of Social Work program here at SUU and part of the Family Life and Human Development Department of the College of Education. We're happy to have all of you here. I know we'll have others outside trickling in, and that's wonderful. We hope you know that there's food out here. We'll also have lunch later, just so you're oriented there. But we're excited about the lineup of speakers that we have. We also want to just give a big thanks to our sponsors. We have Educational Therapy Professionals are one of our sponsors. The SU Child Care Access Means Parents in School is one of our other sponsors. The Southern Utah Program Alliance is another sponsor, as well as Utah Behavior Services and Sunrise Treatment Center. So we're grateful for each of them and appreciate they're the reason that you get to eat today and be here. So we're grateful for them. We want you to know basically kind of the lineup will go according to the schedule. One thing to note is you'll have about a 10-minute quick break in between each speaker, and so that's your opportunity to do what you need to do, get food or whatever. And then at lunchtime, lunch will be served. We'll end about 11:50, and then lunch will be served for 10-15 minutes. We'll have boxed lunches for you. Come back and sit down, and the speaker will resume while we eat our lunch. So just to make you aware of that. But let me introduce our first speaker who's here with us today. And again, we've got fantastic speakers, and we appreciate them making time to be here. So our first speaker is Ginger Healy. She's has a master's in social work and is a licensed clinical social worker. She started her career as a child abuse investigator, hospital social worker, and school therapist, which is a really nice range. I always tell students that's what's great about social work is you can change careers every so often and do totally different jobs. But she spent 15 years as the social service supervisor at an international adoption agency where she learned about developmental trauma and attachment needs in children. She's currently a clinical social worker and the director of programs at the Attachment and Trauma Network. She co-anchors the podcast Regulated and Relational with Julie Beam, is the executive director of Attachment and Trauma Network. Ginger speaks and teaches across the nation on trauma-informed schools, therapeutic parenting, and community engagement. She's the author of Regulation and Co-Regulation, Accessible Neuroscience that Brings Calm into the Classroom. And just as a note, her book will be available for purchase by the food table out here in the main area. And Ginger's married and has 4 children who've been her greatest teachers about developmental trauma, neurodivergence, and special needs. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ginger Healy.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I cannot tell you how excited I am to be here because Cedar City is home. I lived here for 25 years. So it's wonderful to be back here with you today. I am so excited to talk about this subject because it's something that I live in my home, not just my professional and work experience, but we adopted our son, Colin, from a Romanian orphanage when he was 5. And so everything that I learned from books, I realized I didn't know anything. And so him coming into our home, and he's 25 now, really has taught me about attachment, about developmental trauma, and how to heal those attachment wounds and the adversity that can come within childhood. Adversity in childhood, sadly, is not uncommon. The ACE study teaches us that at least 1 in 4 have experienced at least one adversity in childhood, but we know that that number is also underreported. So that's 25% of the population has experienced some kind of trauma and toxic stress, and because of that, That sensitizes your nervous system, oversensitizes or undersensitizes, sets you up for risks, higher risks of health, physical health problems, mental health problems, struggles in relationships. The risk factor goes up, but that's all it is risk factors. We can heal. That's what I'm here to talk about, the good news. How do we heal trauma wounds and attachment difficulties, and how do we build resilience? So let's dive in. I always like to start with attachment, because attachment and relationships are truly the answer. Here's your punchline, here's your mic drop. You can leave right now, knowing that it all comes down to safe, healthy relationship, connection. Isolation is starvation. We die when we don't connect with others. People die of broken hearts. People die in isolation. So we grow and we become self-sufficient and independent, but the need for relationship and connection really, truly never ends. We are born wired to connect. We are born completely vulnerable and needing someone to take care of us. If an infant does not have a caregiver, they die. So we are born with needs, and the only way for an infant to express their needs is to cry, and so the infant expresses their needs, and then the caregiver meets the needs or attempts to meet the needs. Sometimes that baby cries and we've tried everything and we don't know, and we haven't met the need because the baby's still crying, but just the attempt at meeting the need, the connection of I'm trying, I see you, I know you need something, does something for this infant. It starts to build what we call an inner working model, which is a set of beliefs. It also, trying to meet the need and meeting the need repetitiously, because how many times a day does a baby need a diaper change or a bottle or a nap or just to be soothed? A million times a day. That repetition, that consistent, compassionate repetition does a lot of things. I mentioned the inner working model. It sets this regulation baseline. It sets this line, this baseline for our nervous system understanding what soothes us, and this delay, like my need isn't met, but I know it's going to be met because it has consistently, predictably been met. So that regulation baseline. And then it also sets this like relational blueprint. It starts to determine how we react with others, our attachment. So I'm not diving into like attachment disorders or anything here. I'm just talking about healthy attachment. This is like a normal trust building cycle that sets the blueprint for healthy attachment. And this consistent, compassionate caregiving really determines our nervous system baseline, teaches us internally how to calm and settle, and it buffers future adversity. And when we start talking about resilience in a minute, that's going to be a huge key component of this cycle happening over and over again. Regulation blueprint or baseline and relational blueprint. So the truth of the matter is that it's not rainbows and unicorns all the time. We are not as humans able to meet every need every time very quickly. So here's the good news. Attachment theory tells us that good enough parenting, good enough caregiving, when I say parenting, I'm talking about caregiving, foster parents, grandparents, anyone caregiving for a child. I'm even going to be talking about child serving professionals, because there are so many of us in here in so many different roles. So that interaction with another human, whether you be a parent, a therapist, a coach, a teacher, a neighbor, whoever, that relationship with another, what we're talking about here. So getting back to that, meeting the needs, that the attachment theory says 30% of the time of meeting the cues, right, is good enough to set that healthy attachment and start to build that secure attachment. So that's good news. Now, because there are things out of our control, a baby in a NICU, you know, of no fault of the parent, of no fault of anyone, has a rupture in that caregiving attachment because they are separated. They have to be medically cared for. But that is a rupture in attachment, right? We cannot meet the needs 100% of the time. But over time, that consistent, that predictable, is what creates that inner working model. And the inner working model is so important because it determines how we view ourself and the world. And if those needs are not consistently met, if there is neglect and consistent adversity, unmitigated pain, then an infant and child starts to believe that they don't matter, that obviously my needs I'm not worthy of having my needs met because someone isn't consistently meeting them. And I can only depend on myself to get my needs met because no one else is going to do that. And the world is unsafe. It's scary. It's unpredictable. And those are some core beliefs that, if are embedded in us and in our working model, can really set us up for struggles, as you can imagine, later on. So if you're thinking, you know, some of us have walls built up where we don't trust others, think about how it can go back to early infancy, even prior to birth. In the womb, our nervous system is developing, our brain is developing, and there are things that can impact brain development and nervous system in the womb. Chemicals, stress hormones cross the placenta barrier. Many things determine this regulation baseline and nervous system activation that we need to work on and heal throughout our life. So here's that answer, you know, mic drop. Here's your what we want to take away from this is really, truly how much attachment, connection, and relationship matters. What is harmed in relationship is healed in relationship. And relationships are key factors in building resilience. That's what we are here to talk about all day long today. This speaker lineup today is a perfect setup, because you're going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking about the regulation steps and how we need to, as the adult, get regulated first. And you're going to have a speaker talking about self-care, a deep dive. That is exactly what you need to know in order to build resilience. And then self-regulation skills with the occupational therapist. This lineup today, you guys, is perfect. You will learn everything you need to know about how to build resilience. Resilience, it's a myth that we are born resilient. We are born dependent. We are born vulnerable. We are born needing other, and that need truly never ends. Resilience, that ability to spring forward after trial, after adversity, after challenges, that is built. It's scaffolded. It has to be created. We aren't born with the ability to pick ourselves up by our bootstraps and push forward and persevere with grit. No, we have to build that skill. And we want that skill because life is not always going to be that rainbows and unicorns. Life is always going to have stress. There is no, it's not all stress is bad. We need a certain level of positive stress to get us out of bed in the morning, right? We have to have motivation. We have to grow, and we do that through a certain level of stress, but we have to also buffer the stress when it becomes long and deeper and harder and activating our nervous system. And we do that through building resilience skills. So resilience is just that ability to overcome that early childhood adversity that many of us face, and it has to be built. It is just not something we are born with. So how do we do that? There is a whole science of how to build resilience. I don't have time to get into it here, but the best place you can go if you want to deep dive into how to build resilience and learn about the neuroscience of it is through the Harvard Center for the Developing Child. They have a whole website with so much good information and little snippet videos, like 2-minute videos that are just really easy and digestible. There's a link up there to one. We don't have time to see it today, but if you Google Harvard Center for the Developing Child, and I have slides that have links at the end too if you want a copy of those. But basically, to sum it all up, if you imagine a fulcrum, a teeter-totter, then you have on the one side positive experiences, and on the other side the negative experiences. It's just about counterbalancing, that you need the positive to outweigh the negative in order to build resilience. And you do that by taking away as many negative experiences as possible, pouring in, adding in the positive. But the real change comes with that fulcrum on the bottom that is always having us wobble. We have to stabilize it. We can even remove it. And we do that by strengthening the relationship around the person that we're trying to build resilience in. So if you have a child that is vulnerable, has faced a lot of adversity, is experiencing stress, trauma, and the effects of it, then you're going to find who is the buffer relationship or relationships. Who takes care of that child? Who is the child surrounded by? And once we strengthen that person or group of persons, they strengthen the child. So it's buffering the adversity through safe, committed, attuned, stable relationships. And Dr. Jack Schoenkoff tells us that the number one factor in building resilience is at least one safe, committed, stable, attuned relationship. It could be the caregiver, it could be the parent, but it doesn't have to be. Not every child has a caregiver that is able to do that. And so this is where the magic is that a coach, a neighbor, a piano teacher, for me it was my grandma, and my 7th grade English teacher, who looked at me one day and said, "You have talent. I see you. You're going to go far," and just believed in me when I didn't, until I could believe in myself. So it just takes one, but it can be so many more than one. And it was also my mother, who never missed a track meet, right? She worked 3 jobs, but never missed a track meet. I could always hear her voice in the stands yelling as I was coming around that bend, and she sent me home. So can be more than one. Hopefully it's more than one, but it only takes one. Okay, so we are not survival of the fittest. We are survival of the most nurtured. And this work comes from Dr. Louis Cozolino, one of my favorite neuroscience researchers, who teaches us about attachment, that, when we were cavemen, early hunter and gatherers, our environment, our survival in our environment depended on how good of hunters we were, how fast we ran. If we could tell the difference between poisonous berries and mushrooms, that's what mattered. That was our environment, but that is not our environment now. Our environment is people. Our survival depends on us knowing who is safe physically and emotionally, who can meet our needs, and who can co-regulate and soothe our nervous systems. Because of the adversity that we have faced in early childhood, our nervous systems are now wired for hyperarousal and hypoarousal. Fight and flight, freeze. And we need others to soothe us and settle us and bring us back into, oh, I don't have it here. Oh, there it is. Okay. To this window that we can tolerate our emotions, our feelings, that we have to have buffers through relationship. Because again, we are not meant to go through life like this. I know a lot of days we really wish, we would love it if this was it. And we do have moments of this. But there will always be stress. There will always be hardship, challenges, trials. I want you to know that's okay. And that we have to acknowledge that and embrace that and stop fighting that and lean into that. Because we are not robots, and we don't want to teach children to be robotic and to run away from feelings and to avoid feelings and to numb feelings through food, sex, drugs, whatever it is that feels really good in the moment, but then doesn't sustain us long term. We are going to have ups and we're going to have downs, but if we can keep them going back into that window of our nervous system, then we can actually stretch that window so that we can manage those hyperarousal moments and the hypoarousal. I'm going to go back a little bit to how we do this. So staying connected. Again, just keep thinking relationship, connection, safety with others. So I want to teach you about otters. I love otters. First of all, hello, super cute, right? They just make us feel good by looking at them. Okay, otters. Otters raft. They link paws, link arms, and they hold on to each other. So besides being super cute, it has like this amazing purpose. It's so that they don't get lost. They don't drift away. They don't drown. They don't find themselves unsafe alone. They are stronger together. The other thing that otters do is they wrap their tails and their legs around the kelp at the bottom of the river or the ocean so that they are anchored. They are stronger, being anchored to a foundation that keeps them from not being able to handle the waves, the wind, the storm, everything that comes their way. Again, right? Life is just going to have stress and challenges and trials. So the stress is not the problem. It's how we handle it, how we modulate it, how we navigate it, how we lean into it and figure out how it got there, how we can prevent it next time, and how we can get stronger to handle it better as it happens again. We have to lean into it and figure out what's going on underneath it, why it's there. So we need otter buddies. We need people in our lives who are safe, who will link us to them and not let us go, especially when the storm comes and the wind comes and the waves get really, really big. That whole word rafting, if you think about a raft, I mean, when those waves come, it can just remain buoyant. It may toss and turn, but it will still come out on top. So you need someone to help you link tight as a raft, right? So that nothing gets through. The tighter you link, the more buoyant you become. And you need anchors, right? So think about what anchors you. Who anchors you? For some people, it's a pet. For some people, it's a religious or spiritual connection that just keeps you grounded and solid. It can be a person, it should be, but it can be so many things. Okay, those who are nurtured best survive best. This is Dr. Louis Cozolino again. Our emotional resilience and our ability to learn. One of the things I do is go into schools and set up schools to be trauma-informed, trauma-sensitive. So there's a lot of wording in here sometimes linked to education and academics, but our ability to learn, to grow, to be successful academically is so tightly woven with our emotional resilience and who nurtures us and keeps us safe. Okay. I also just want to touch on social mapping really quick. I got to be mindful of my time. What time is it? Okay, social mapping is a concept that I teach in schools, but I think it can be adapted to a workplace environment, to a home environment, wherever you are that there are other people. But it works great in a school. So I'm going to teach it to you from a school perspective. Okay, at the beginning of the school year, or whenever, but ideally, when you're doing professional development in a school year and you're teaching the whole staff, and by whole staff in a school, I am talking about teachers, administrators, lunch staff, bus drivers. Who comes in contact with the kids? Custodial staff, right? Hall, everybody. Okay. Every kid in the school has a thumbnail picture that we're putting up on the wall so that we can see every kid in the school. Each staff member has a set of sticky dots, and they go around and they look at the picture of the kid, and if they know the kid, and I'm talking about they know their name. When they see him in the hall, they give them a wink or a high five or a fist bump or a smile. And when that kid sees that adult, they're like, oh yeah, that's right. He knows me. If I have a problem, I can go to him. I'm safe here, right? I know somebody here and they know me. You put a dot. Now there will be kids who have several dots. We know those kids, right? They are gregarious and happy and they are doing well and everybody knows them and they're popular. They just, a lot of adults know them. They're doing well. They have a lot of buffer relationships. There will be kids who have no dots. That's who we got to worry about. That's who is slipping through the crack. We don't know their name. They're new. We haven't seen them a lot. I think I know them. I recognize them. Yeah, I probably know their name, but I've never talked to them. Okay. At that point, we give the staff a second set of dots, different color. Every kid needs a dot. So we assign out, every staff member gets at least 1 or 2 or 3 or it depends on the school, right? But every kid at the end of the day has a dot, has an adult, has someone who now knows their name, knows what they look like, and has an assignment to look out for that kid, to watch out for them, to recognize when that kid is not there, so that the next day when that kid comes back, they say, I missed you yesterday. You left a hole here. It was not the same without you. I am so glad you are back. You are needed. You matter. You are worthy. Do you remember that inner working model that I told you? Those have to be explicitly said or exuded so that they can be internalized, those messages, right? Okay, so social mapping. It works also so good between adults because every adult also needs an otter buddy. We have to have each other's back. We've got to have somebody in our building that we can go to and just vent or get a hug or have a moment or say, I need to talk or whatever it is, right? We need each other. Okay. So just quick story. Last summer, actually it was probably the summer before, I was chaperoning a summer camp with my daughter and we went to a wave pool. And listen, 100 kids, but look, there I am. And we were at this wave pool, and you know what happens at a wave pool. And all of a sudden, I look around, and these kids are like linking with each other. And all of a sudden, we are like one moving entity. And I'm like, we're otters. We were ottering, we were rafting. But here was what was so cool. Okay, when the waves came, and some of those waves got super big, we were able to manage them better together. We were stronger together. And whenever like it got too big and there was a kid on the end that kind of, broke off, we all felt it. We all noticed it. We would not have noticed it had we not all been linked. But there was a disturbance in the force, and it was like, oh my gosh, Jaden broke off. Somebody go get Jaden. Hold on to me, and I can be stronger to pull Jaden back, right? And okay, by the end of the day, you guys, and for probably 3 weeks after, my arms were so sore. It is really hard riding the waves. Like, we all know I'm out of shape, but this was like hours of riding these waves. And so when you think about how hard it is to deal with challenges and struggles and trials day after day, over and over, here's what helped was doing it together. It was more manageable. They helped bear the weight. They helped lighten the load. And nobody was lost. Everybody was there. So, and if I were to keep doing that, I would get stronger, right? Eventually I would have some pretty great biceps. I would get stronger. But if I would avoid it and run away and numb out, not dealing with it, I wouldn't get stronger and I wouldn't be able to handle it any better. So lots of things that we can learn from otters. Dr. Perry, that our history of connectedness, I guess I can read it this way rather than crane my neck. I don't know why I didn't think of that. But connectedness is the better predictor for physical health, not just emotional health, than our history of adversity, right? This is how we change. This is how we grow. And if we are successful in relationship, we will get what we need to survive. So we are hardwired to connect. And we're hardwired to attune to others. Just as our needs need to be met, we can help meet other needs. This is where we dive into co-regulation, guys. It's together, reciprocal exchanges back and forth. So regulation is just that ability to handle our emotions, that window of tolerance that I showed you, where we've got the hyperarousal and the hypoarousal. It's that we're moving between the windows and getting back to the baseline. It's just how we handle our emotions, how we handle the cues from our nervous system, how we respond and get back into balance. And we do that through co-regulation, just the attuned, reciprocal, warm exchanges. It's with, it's together, it's the two, it's relationship, connection, right? These repeating themes. Okay, so I've showed you this. It's just about getting back into that window so that we can stretch it and handle it and tolerate it and get stronger. Build resilience. Okay, 3 steps. So this is, I was going to get to a point at some point here. So here's how we do this. And again, you're going to learn this all day today, how you do this. So I'm just going to set it up. Step 1 is all about you as the adult. So, okay, I'm teaching this now because oftentimes I'm going into schools or I'm teaching therapeutic parenting. I'm coming at this now from the perspective of like the parent co-regulating with the child, the teacher co-regulating with the student, the therapist co-regulating with the child. But this is totally adaptable and modifiable. 2 adults can co-regulate, an adult and a child. I have seen 2 kids co-regulate with each other better than adults. I have twins in my church class, and they soothe each other and help each other way better than any adult, better than their mom, right? So it's just the 2. But here it's going to say adult. Just modify that where you need to. So the first step is all about the person that is working with the person that is dysregulated to help them regulate. They're going to co-regulate with them. That person has to be regulated first, right? Because, I'm skipping ahead again, sorry. It's contagious. Mirror neurons are neurons in our brain that activate when they see something else happen. And it's going to go one way or the other. Either you're going to be sucked into someone else's mirror neurons or they're going to be sucked into yours. So that step 1 is all about, I'm going to control the mirror. Me as the calm, regulated adult is going to help here, because we all know about the emotional contagion, right? That I'm fine, I'm calm, but right now if the fire alarm were to go off or one of you were to stand up and yell at me, I would become activated, right? And then I would either need to decide, I'm okay, I can handle this, I'm going to help other people in the room get out if there's a fire, or I'm going to need somebody else to help me because I can't handle it. There's no shame either way. It's that if you are going to be that calm adult, you've got to know that and control the mirror neurons. A dysregulated child or other adult can dysregulate a calm, regulated adult, right? It happens every day. Our buttons get pushed. We get triggered, we get activated. That's fine because that's human. It's that, okay, now what? I've got to get back down into that window of tolerance and be that calm adult if I'm going to dysregulate. So it all starts with, so we can become dysregulated or we can control the mirror and regulate someone else. So that is mirror neurons. Let me go back to, okay, so start here. And I usually spend a lot of time telling you how, but this is exactly what that next speaker is going to do, is that how you control and take care of yourself so that you can care for others. So we can jump to step 2, which is the co-regulation. Once you are regulated, then you can co-regulate with someone else. And we do that in a million different ways. And I'm going to go through a few of them. And the first one is just about being present, because guess what happens in our world today? All day long, every day. And if you are with another person and they need you and this is what they're seeing, then you cannot co-regulate with them. And if you think about a child, an infant who just sees that still face, if you've ever heard of still face experiment, it's completely dysregulating for someone to have a still face. You have no idea what they're thinking or feeling. They just have that still face. It's very activating for the nervous system. So we have to be completely and totally present and put distractions away. And all distractions. The phone is the best, example. But I'm talking about so many things that keep us not fully present. And if we are not fully present, we can't attune to their needs. We can't get underneath and figure out what's going on, what happened, how can I help you? So fully present, attuned, and those mirror neurons reflect back that calm. I'm going to show you how. And hold space, which is this is the hard part, at least for me, super hard to hold space. Holding space is like, if someone is really angry, dysregulated, it is really hard to just sit there and take it. And by take it, I mean let it happen. Let a child's tantrum happen, rather than stop crying, quit doing that, dismissing it. That whole leaning into, they're upset right now, we got to figure out why, maintaining that regulation. So holding space for that moment, putting a bubble around it, and not rushing to hurry and fix it and stop it, because you may stop it temporarily or through fear or threat, but that does not fix it and heal it, right? Okay, so this, the attunement. So we can make it worse, right? We can co-escalate, that happens a lot, or co-regulate. I'm going to rush through these. You can take pictures. I can give you copies of the slide. I'll be at the outside after. I can answer questions and dive deeper into this if you want, but I'm going to rush through this. We can make it worse or we can make it better, right? And we do that through our tone of voice, through our just our presence and our demands, our expectations, right? And it's not about being completely permissive. Oftentimes I'll get questions or feedback about, well, you're just letting them get away with it, right? No, this is actually a higher level of accountability, because you're figuring out what the precipitating event or the trigger or the activator was so that you can heal it. We are balancing the nurture, because I've said a million times here probably, nurture, connection, compassion, but we're balancing it with structure. Do you remember at the very beginning when I said that unpredictability is a form of neglect? It's a form of trauma. Children, adults, all of us need structure, routine, predictability, boundaries. Boundaries keep us safe. Rules keep us safe. Expectations keep us safe. But coupled with nurture and compassion and second chances and co-regulation, where we're guiding through parallel rather than saying, go do or you're punished, that is very different than what I'm talking about. So it is not free reign, and it's not overly punitive, but it's not overly permissive. It's the balance. Okay, so we can change brains. Our brains are plastic our whole lives. We can rewire neural pathways. There's many ways to do that, but relationship, co-regulation, repeated positive experiences are where we start. Safety first, emotional safety and physical safety, regulation and connection. And then when I'm in the schools, I'm teaching, and then that's when we learn. That's when the curriculum sinks in. That's when we remember content, but we cannot rush to that. We can't rush to resilience. It's time and repeated safety. I'll just touch on this because it's one of my favorite things. Here's what I want you to look at, the functional IQ. So the brain is state dependent, and if we are feeling unsafe, if we're in a state of alarm or fear or terror, look how the IQ drops. It drops 10 points for every nervous system state. So when I'm in a school and I'm teaching, do you want the kid to do good on a test? Then they have to be in a state of calm. And by calm, I don't mean, calm kind of gets weaponized. I'm just talking about that steady, balanced, regulatory state that they will do best on the test if they are regulated and co-regulated with first. So if you have expectations for a child or an employee or an adult, you want them to perform at their best, see how they're doing first before you set those expectations. And I just want you to know, if my kids were in the room, they would just be laughing now and saying, you know, how I'm talking a lot of things, but they would be the first to say, Mom, are you serious? You know, I am still learning all this. I have these needs that I have grown up with how to parent, and I'm relearning. But if I have expectations for my kids, they do much better if I'm not yelling, right? Or I'm doing it with them, or I'm monitoring where they're at in their brain and their nervous system and making sure that they feel safe around me before they can meet all the expectations that I am setting, okay? So I wish we had more time for that. So just the sequence of how you're going to work with anyone optimally is that you are going to start with regulation. And then once they feel safe and have that relationship, then you can reason and reflect and get that cortical thinking and get into that higher brain functioning where the executive, you know, functions lie. But cannot do that first. It has to start at this sequence. I'm just rushing through here, guys, because we got to end. Okay, so this is where you're going to learn how to do this today through other speakers is the so many ways to do that. And out at my table out there, I have lots of ways that you can teach self-regulation because we won't always be there for that child, right, or that other person. We have to learn self-regulation skills, but it's at the very end. So far at the end that I'm not even hardly going to talk about it. All of the other stuff has to come first before we can be fully able to regulate our own systems. It comes through co-regulation first. So fire can warm or consume, water can quench or drown, wind can caress or cut, and so it is with human relationships. We can both create and destroy, nurture and terrorize, traumatize and heal each other. So I'm choosing healing, and I hope you will too. There's other slides here that, anyway, come out to the booth. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but thank you. Okay.
So we wanna tell Ginger one more time, thank you, and we have some SCU swag for her too.
Yay!
So.
Oh, go T-Birds. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. So we'll start again at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
so I can't sleep. I'm overeating. None of my old hobbies interest me.
Ever since Andy failed the police academy exam, his self-esteem has hit rock bottom.
Andy, are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine. It's just that life is pointless and nothing matters, and I'm always tired.
That might be not the one. Okay.
That sounded like it worked. Welcome back, everybody. We're happy to have you here for our presentation with Mindy Woodhouse. I also want to note this room is called the Great Hall. Also by students, it's called the Harry Potter room. So if anybody turns into Dumbledore while we're here, we'll know we're there. Mindy Woodhouse is a LCSW, a licensed clinical social worker. She received her master's degree in social work from Brigham Young University. We've got a few BYU alumni, it sounds like. Mindy Woodhouse has over 25 years of experience working with victims of trauma. She's certified in EMDR, is a certified EMDR therapist. She currently has a private practice called Pathways Counseling Services. She's worked with local battered women's shelters and rape crisis services for over 20 years. She also has experience testifying as an expert witness in rape trials, and not just here locally, that's been around the country. She's married and has 4 girls, 1 boy, and a wonderful son-in-law, and she loves nature, travel, and spending her extra time with family. So please give a warm welcome to Mindy Woodhouse.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay, so today, Ginger did an amazing job setting me up. So this is going to be great because you're going to recognize, oh, I need to fix that. You're going to recognize, of course, as soon as I get up here, it disappears. Okay, so you're going to recognize some of my slides because you will have seen them before. But the fun part of this is an hour is not very much time to cover a lot of information. So hopefully you've got a little precursor to what's coming, and I can build on what she taught. So a little bit, before I go into a little bit about me, but I want to talk about just my intention for today is hopefully that you'll come away with a couple of ideas and concrete things you can do to help with your own self-regulation. Because like what Ginger said, if we can't regulate, it's incredibly difficult for us to work with others and help them regulate. So we're going to take a little bit of a dive into that. But to start off with, I want to play a video, and we're going to cross our fingers that works.
The new Lippmann Tornado Spin Mop. A better clean.
Not about a mop.
I have a lot of memories from when I was a child. One that's always stuck out to me, though, was when I was about 10 years old, and I was in school, and I struggled. And I didn't struggle with English, math, or science. I struggled holding still. And I would try to listen and focus and process ideas, but I couldn't help myself. And to be honest, I would sit there and then I would just start tapping. And the students in the class would look at me and they'd say, "Hey, stop tapping." A lot of the time, I didn't even realize I was doing it. And then eventually even the teachers got after me and they would yell at me and they'd say, "Clint, you have to stop tapping." It got so bad that I got sent to the principal's office for tapping. And he said to me, "Okay, maybe when you go back to class, just try sitting on your hands." And so I did. I went back to class, and when I felt myself starting to tap, I did this. I sat on my hands. And that worked for about 5 seconds. One time I was tapping in class, and my teacher, Mr. Jensen, he looked at me and he yelled. And he said, "Clint, stay after class." And I thought to myself, this is it. I am done. Now, I've always been the type of person that believes that a single moment in time can change a person's life. And this was one of those moments for me, and I will never forget it. And so I was sitting there with Mr. Jensen and an empty classroom. And he walked past me and he sat next to his desk and he said, "Clint, come here. I want to talk to you." And as he looked me right in the eye, he said, "Now, I need you to know something. You're not in trouble. But I do have just one question that I have to ask you." And he said, "Have you ever thought about playing the drums?" And in that moment, Mr. Jensen, he leaned back and he opened the top drawer of his desk. And he reached in and he pulled out my very first pair of drumsticks. And he held them in his hands and he looked at me and he said, "Hey, Clint, you're not a problem. I think you're a drummer." From that moment on, I've never put those sticks down. I've toured, recorded, and played drums all over the world. My whole college education was paid for with drumsticks in my hand. Just because of a single moment in time when somebody believed in me and he saw something in me that I didn't even see within myself. And from that moment, I learned that there's a difference between being the best in the world and being the best for the world.
Okay, so why would I show this video? Number one, I love it. I think it's so inspiring. And this is who I wanted to be. This is what this feeling of making a difference in someone's life, seeing something in them they can't see in themselves, helping someone, that's what I wanted to do. So as a young social worker, I was so excited, and this is the feeling I was hoping to create for the people I work with and also the people that around me. This was it. So I know we have varying degrees of experience in what we do, but this was the direction that I wanted to go with my career. So what happened is I decided, it was an internship. We had to pick an internship. And I heard of the Center for Women and Children in Crisis. It's now called the Refuge Utah. And it's in Utah County. And someone said, oh, it's a battered women's shelter and they have a rape crisis program. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds kind of terrible. I don't know if I could do that. It sounds really, really hard, but it's an internship. So I'm trying to expand myself. I'm going to give that a try. So I really knew very little of what I was getting myself into. My experience, another person who motivated me was my grandmother. She was a social worker who helped with adoptions, and that's what I was going to do. I had my plan. But I was going to try this out first. So I stepped into that environment and so excited and young, maybe 22, recently married, and thankfully for that piece because of the amount of trauma I was stepping into that I didn't realize the impact it was going to have on me. So a lot of people started to say, you're not going to survive very long. That is no, people don't last very long. They burn out really fast. You can switch your career. So I'm like, really? Okay, all right. So what I was not prepared for, what school could not have prepared me for, I don't know how they would have done it, was the emotional toll it would take on me listening to traumatic event after traumatic event after traumatic event. I had a really good friend who we did a group together for rape victims, and I'm pretty sure my first year of my career was spent crying with her after the group, and she would regulate me because it was big, it was heavy, and I wasn't prepared for the impact that was going to have. So what I also noticed, and I want to do a couple of definitions so that you have them. Compassion fatigue and burnout, they're very similar. Compassion fatigue is the emotional and physical burden created by caring about and caring for others. And that is variety. You don't have to work in a domestic violence shelter with trauma victims to experience compassion fatigue. A parent can experience compassion fatigue. Educators, I hope that covers educators, parents, friends. Anytime you care about or care for others, there's the possibility that you can step into compassion fatigue. So the difference is this is a quick onset. And I would say this happened very quickly for me. My first year, I was like, whoa. I signed up to be Mr. Jensen and to feel the way he felt and to see, and whoa, this was supposed to be super exhilarating and fun, and it was. And I'm a different human being because of the work I've done, and I'm so grateful for my clients and the things that they have taught me. And I wouldn't trade it for the world, but I did have to figure out how to take care of myself, and I had to figure out how to do it quickly. So it's the way the material changes us, and sitting in that material was difficult. So empathy is our greatest tool. It's our greatest asset. I'm a feeler. In fact, watching that video, I'm like, don't cry, don't cry. You've seen it like 10 times. Like, whoa. Because I'm a feeler. It's a good asset. I'm sure all of you have the same asset. It also can be our greatest liability. So this is what I really noticed, is my work started to change the way I viewed the world. Thankfully, I said I was married when I started my job because I think it would have been incredibly difficult to date after I heard all of the stories that I heard. It did change the way safety and control, and my kids will attest, there are some rules that we have that they don't understand, but I know. So it did change me, and I don't see that as necessarily a negative thing, but it definitely impacted who I am. Burnout, really the difference is it's prolonged. And I started to see this as I looked around me. For a time, I was on the board of this sexual assault board for the state of Utah, and we would visit different centers, and I started looking around and seeing, whoa, this is impacting people, and I could see how it was impacting other therapists and coworkers. So it creates that exhaustion, depersonalization, feeling disconnected from the people around you, and just a form of energy depletion. And as we're talking today, I hope you're paying attention to, do any of these things connect with me? So this is what I started to see. Oh, sound is gone.
Also, I can't sleep. I'm overeating. None of my old hobbies interest me.
Ever since Andy failed the police academy exam, his self-esteem has hit rock bottom. He's always sad and sweaty.
Okay, So, little fun clip, but reality. How many of you felt like this in the last week? Just wanted to lay down on the ground and quit, okay? So, what are the symptoms? Let's go through those because I think they're important to pay attention to. Exhaustion, depression, and this is an exhaustive list, but enough for you to kind of, I hope you're just reflecting for a minute. What am I experiencing currently in my life? Because this presentation does no good if I stand up here and give lots of good ideas and you go home and continue doing the same things you're doing, right? So really reflecting for a minute, which ones can you tick off a box for? Overwhelmed, anxious, feeling guilty, feeling as though it doesn't matter what I do, I am never going to be enough, feeling helpless and hopeless, lacking motivation, I just can't get out of bed, decreased creativity. All of a sudden you're like, I don't want to do the things I used to love to do. It takes too much time. Hypervigilance, this was an interesting one. I'm not a hypervigilant person, I never have been, but boy did my clients make me hypervigilant. Because after listening to them long enough, I was like, oh, that clock's too loud. That would drive my clients crazy. I started to notice things I never noticed before. But because of experiencing and listening to their experiences, I started to notice those things. Minimizing our own emotions and isolation. So if you're checking the box, just for fun, because we're a smaller group, how many of you checked at least 2 or 3? Okay. That's good information for you, right? Because the most important thing we can do today is reflect. Where am I? What is going on inside of me? And that is the greatest gift you can give the people that you work with, is to put as much energy as you do into helping them into yourself. So if we know the definition, we know the symptoms, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to give you groundbreaking ideas of things you should go home to do to take care of yourself. I'm pretty sure you know. I'm pretty sure they involve get some more rest, eat better, right? You know the list. Okay, so then what's the problem? And this is why I've reflected on it over and over and over, because thankfully I have been able to continue in this field for 25 years. And that has allowed me to do something that I love, but it came only because I was willing to put some effort into, and I realized quickly how much I needed to take care of myself. One of the cool things about having some experience in this field is that for a while, I do it much less now, I was testifying as an expert witness in court. And fun fact, one attorney, while he was trying to, they were fighting over whether or not I could be seen as an expert. And he looked at my resume and he said, Your Honor, all she does is work with traumatized people. She doesn't even know what a normal person is like. And I was like, really? Okay, I think you just proved I have expertise, but I'm slightly offended. So you've been warned. I don't know what normal people are like. And I just think it's interesting, and I'm grateful that being able to regulate myself has given me the opportunity to really build and become someone who can really help this particular population. So if we know the symptoms, we know the answers, what the heck is the problem? Why aren't we doing it? And perhaps you feel a little bit like this.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, I don't need this. I'm already late.
Somebody will come. Anybody out there?
Do you have a phone?
No. Sorry. Somebody! Hello? There are 2 people stuck on an escalator and we need help. Now, would somebody please do something? Help! I don't believe this. You gotta be kidding me.
I'm gonna cry.
Well, there's nothing else left to do. That's it.
Hello? Hey, don't worry about it. I'll fix it in a second.
You said he can fix it. All right. All right. That's more like it. He says he can fix it.
Okay, so anyone relate to that? I could see the answer. I know what I'm supposed to do. Take the next step, but I'm not doing it, right? This, I think, is the problem when it comes to self-care. We, for whatever reason, that disconnect is happening. So I want to talk about the why for a minute. And I want to give you the opportunity for just a second to reflect on what is the why? Why aren't you doing it? You know the answer, right? What's the belief? What's the thought? What's the issue in your way? And so for just a minute, I want to give you a minute to reflect, and then I want you to share it with your neighbor. So it'll just take, let's just take a minute to do that. Reflect first, and then say, okay, I think this is the one reason I'm not doing it right now. It may change week to week. It does for me. So for example, one of my reasonings is, I don't have time. I'm busy. Okay? I think if I pushed a little further, I might find a deeper issue. Okay? So go ahead, reflect, and tell your neighbor. This is the part where you have to talk. Okay, take another 10 seconds and we'll come back. Okay, and just for fun, I would love to hear the answers. So what are some of the things you heard or said? Just yell them out. Laziness. Okay, lazy. Perfectionist. Okay, perfectionist. Interesting. Okay. Too tired. Somebody different values from how you're raised. Did I hear that right? Okay. It feels selfish. Yes, it's selfish. Isn't that fascinating? How many times a day do you lecture someone and say, you should take better care about yourself? Right? Yep, we don't do it. And we have this whole running dialogue inside of ourselves that's preventing us from doing that. And I think it's incredibly important to really know what is that that's causing that to happen. So here's some of the list I came up with. Oh, okay. So why? Selfish. I got some of them right. There's not enough time in the day. I don't deserve it. Huh, how come you're different than everyone else? Isn't that an interesting thought? What makes you so special? That you don't deserve it. It's weak. How many of you think that? I'm the helper. I'm the one supposed to have it all together, right? We don't want to do our own work. It is very easy as a helper to get in a role where we are much more comfortable being the helper than the helpee, right? I honestly think every good therapist should have a therapist. Partly because it gives us the experience of being on the receiving end of what that's like. And I don't spend enough time on that end. It tends to, what I have noticed in my own life, it tends to bleed over everywhere. Then it's in my personal life, people are coming to me. It's in every second of what I do. So even more of it, which I don't mind helping people, I love that, but it's even more important for me to pay attention to when I'm getting in over my head. So another one is we don't know how to regulate our own uncomfortable emotions. We know what the book told us, and we know how to tell what our clients should do, but do we know how to do it ourselves? It is very difficult to go to a place you don't know how to do yourself. Incredibly difficult. Sometimes it's more unwilling to ask for help. I have struggled with this. Ooh, no, I don't want to, no, I'll just figure it out, right? And what does the world really affirm? You're strong, do it yourself, we're independent, right? Well, we just had a whole lecture on why we need each other. We're not meant to do it on a lone world all by ourselves. We need other people to help us regulate and to help us function. Also, I think we avoid or deny our own past experiences and the impact that they've had on us. Sometimes it's what got us into the field, and sometimes we're doing the work to try to resolve our own trauma, but we're with other people, if that makes sense. So, if we look at the why, what do? We do have to understand what's in our way and what that next step needs to look like. And I don't think the next step is always sleep more. Right? Feels good. But it doesn't solve these core issues that we have, that it's selfish or that it's weak or that I don't deserve it. You're not going to do more self-care if you believe that. You'll be stuck on the escalator thinking, I know the step. This is one of the reasons I love EMDR. I think it's so powerful to be able to help us get into that maladaptive belief that we came up with from whatever experiences that we've had that prevents us from doing the things that would actually be really good for us. So one of the things I loved that Ginger talked about was window of tolerance. Do you recognize this? It looks a little different, but it's the same idea. And I want to dive just a little deeper into it because I think this is a really great tool for you to walk out of here and do. And part of the reason is because it's not necessarily go home and take a nap. It's figure out why you're getting dysregulated. Figure out what's triggering that. Figuring out what's causing that. So talking about window of tolerance, let's talk about the green zone. The green zone is the optimal amount of arousal for us to function day to day. This is where we want to spend all of our time, as much as possible. Okay? But it's also very normal to get bumped. And we get bumped all the time. I can tell on myself. I brought my oldest daughter with me because if technology gives me a hard time, I will get bumped. So she's my emotional support person today. And that's helping me stay in my window of tolerance, okay? So a window of tolerance feels like a state of mind that's calm, and calm looks different for everybody, but it's that ability to take in information and to also regulate, experience. We can experience the whole range of emotions. So you're able to take in new learning because you're regulated. So your prefrontal cortex is online, and that's what you need in order to learn and problem solve, okay? We're adaptable, we're flexible, we really can just kind of take what's coming at us. The problem is when we get bumped out of our window of tolerance, one of two things happens. We either go into hyperarousal or hypoarousal. So hyperarousal is the red zone, and I'm an image, that's how I learn. So if you can think of hyperarousal as the volcano. Ever felt like a volcano about to erupt? You're probably out of your window of tolerance, okay? Or getting close to. So what that feels like in the red zone is a lot of times my clients will recognize it quicker in their body than anywhere else. So my heart is starting to race. I can't breathe very well. It's more chest breathing, less stomach breathing. I start to not be able to think clearly. We can be chaotic or rigid in our thinking. And in this pattern, no new learning can take place. You are of no good to anyone when you're in this place, okay? So what I love about teaching you how to do this is that if you can regulate yourself, then it no longer feels like stress is something that happens to you and there's nothing you can do about it except for, go on a vacation or take a nap, which we can't always do. So I love this because it gives you some concrete things you can do and say, oh, I'm actually out of my window of tolerance. So when I send my clients home to work on this, one of the things they actually realize is that, oh, that's funny. One of the things they actually realize is they don't spend very much time in their window of tolerance. Okay? We think we do until you start paying attention. Okay? So think about the last week. Reflect for a minute. How many times, just with a little bit I've told you, do you think you got out of your window of tolerance? And boy, COVID did a number on everyone, right? You'd go to the grocery store. Normally you could go out in public and feel safe and feel good. And wait, what? I can't even regulate the grocery store because there's no more toilet paper. And I don't know why, but I should probably buy 10 packs. Okay? So we were not regulating, and it has done a lot of damage to a lot of us. It threw us out of our routines. The study that I read is the increased anxiety for children and adolescents. It made relationships harder. We're still very much recovering from that experience and figuring out how to regulate. And that doesn't even address those that already had issues, how that impacted it. One client, she was really cute. She said, finally, the whole world feels like I do all the time. I'm like, oh, that's insightful. Okay, so hyperarousal is another challenge. So sometimes we go up, sometimes we go down. So think of an iceberg. One is a volcano and one is like nothing. In fact, your body position starts to, you want to kind of curl into a ball and collapse. You will also have narrowed thinking. This will cause desire to withdraw or isolate from others. You'll have a hard time tracking and making conversation. Have you ever been in a conversation and went, oh, I didn't hear the last 10 minutes? Could you repeat, please? Okay, so no new learning will take place here either, which is really important for you to understand, because if you're starting to get out of your window of tolerance, I taught this to a client the other day, and he came back and he said, oh my gosh, it was the craziest thing. I was arguing with my wife and starting to escalate, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, I'm getting out of my window of tolerance. So he tried a couple of things. His wife had no idea any of this was going on and remained calm. And she was like, what's wrong with you? What is happening? Because this was not the way they interacted. Sorry, I didn't fix that before we started. This wasn't the way that they fought. She actually was like really suspicious of like, what are you doing? How are you, you're trying to manipulate me. Something's happening. Okay, so this is a really powerful thing. I can give you examples when I first started work and started to sit with clients and they would tell me what happened to them. And one of the things I started to notice, and especially because as a first beginning person, they videotape you, which is no fun to watch yourself back. But one of the things I noticed is that I fidget, and that was a sign of like, oh, I'm starting to get uncomfortable. But another really big one is a client would finish their story, and at the end of the story, I would be like, okay. And so I'm thinking, that probably doesn't feel very good to them. But number two, why am I not breathing? I'm starting to move into a hyper-aroused fight or flight state. And the problem with this is it's good if a bear is going to attack, but if there's no bear, our system is now acting as if that bear is going to attack. And we can't process the way that we need to when we're working with people, when we're helping our children, in whatever area where this is starting to happen. So, okay, what do we do? How do we get back into our window of tolerance? So if you look at hyperarousal, it's sped up too fast. If you look at the blue zone, you're slowed down. So one, you want to slow down. If I'm in hyperarousal, I need to slow myself down. If I am in hypoarousal, I need to wake myself up because I want to go to bed. So it's the complete opposite of what you want to do, but it will help, okay? And the most important thing is you will regain access to your executive functioning, which is your problem-solving part of your brain. So you're going to be in a much better state of mind to help people if you have access to your executive functioning, okay? So what does that feel like? Number one, ask yourself, what does my green zone feel like? Do you find that you go one way or the other more often? Do you get more hyper-aroused? Sometimes we do hyper-aroused and that adrenaline is so intense we crash and we end up in hypo-arousal, right? If it happens in my office, some of the things I do to help my clients regulate is I will say, what's 5 times 5? Just randomly in the middle of the session. And they're like, what? And they can't think. If my client can't rattle off 5 times 5, it helps me and my client recognize, that's hard for me to compute. I'm not as present as I thought. Another way to help with hyper or hypo is to describe something in the room. So let's just say you're starting to feel a little floaty, a little bit checked out, or maybe a little bit sped up. I would say, okay, describe one of the pictures that you like the most in here. What do you see? Tell me about the image. Tell me about the emotion. What are you noticing around you? So here's some of the ideas. And we sometimes have to try a lot of ideas. So we have found other ways to regulate, but they're not always healthy for us. And a lot of times they're numbing. A phone doesn't help you regulate. It does help you numb. It's great for that. But my clients will say that to me all the time. Oh, if I'm too sped up, I just get on my phone. Okay, it's not doing what we want it to do. It's not bringing you back into the green zone. Sometimes it'll flow you deeper into hypoarousal, completely shut down, unaware of your surroundings, right? I need to be very, very present if I'm in that green zone. So sensations, images, feelings, thoughts, those are fantastic, and they're great with kids. One of the things, I have a daughter who has some sensory stuff, and that started little. And pants would drive her nuts. Socks would drive her nuts. So getting dressed in the morning was a very traumatic experience for me because I could not find an outfit that would work because she would get dysregulated. And when she'd get dysregulated, she would be on the floor, upset, crying, and then I would get dysregulated because I couldn't understand why the pants were a problem. So I would join her, and it was a mess. Until intuitively, one time our cat, and I didn't understand all of this at the time, our cat came moseying through the room while we're both completely dysregulated. And I was like, oh, Charlie needs you, and handed her the cat. And it forced her to get very present. And then she's petting the cat, and he's purring. And all of a sudden, I was like, whoa, I don't know what just happened, but I need this cat. I don't know how to recreate it, but I was like, let's go get the cat. Until I could figure out, oh, I have to stay regulated. So one of the tips I learned is, okay, I can sit with her in this struggle. And I would start to notice, uh-oh, I'm getting out of my window. And I'd say, okay, I'm going to be right back. You keep holding the kitty. I'll be right back. And I would leave the room, and I would breathe, and I would regulate. So I could step back into that room and help her regulate. Because I knew her brain was still developing and didn't have a full functioning prefrontal cortex. So guess who that is? Me. Oh, I wish they had taught me that when I had a baby. You're the prefrontal cortex. Remember, it will help you immensely in parenting, okay? So that's an example of just a little tip I learned. I need to take a break. You can do that easily. If you're in a meeting that's highly conflictual and you know you're starting to get out, I'm going to need to step out for a second and go to the bathroom. Another self-regulating I learned along the way is there is a reason why there's a drink at the stand in the courtroom. Because if you're anxious and stressed, you're going to lose the ability to salivate. So you can drink water as a way to help you get back into your window of tolerance. If you notice, oh, I have cotton mouth, I cannot even talk, it's so bad, which would happen in court because it's a highly stressful situation. I had to help grow my window. And we have different levels of bandwidth for different situations. And this is very informative for you to figure out. What are the triggers? For me, I told you, technology, it'll send me out. I'm done. Okay? I know that about myself. I know that when I listen to a traumatic thing, it doesn't happen anymore because I've been practicing for 27 years. But in the beginning, I knew I had to focus on breathing. Breathe while they tell you this story. You're safe, you're okay, and they need me to be regulated while I hear this traumatic event. Ask for help. Sometimes we don't regulate by ourselves. Sometimes we need that co-regulator, even though we're the helper. So one of the things that saved me as a therapist was to have another therapist who could help me regulate. She was a little further ahead. She understood the material that I was listening to day after day after day, because I couldn't go home and talk about it. I couldn't go tell my friends, because then I would have to help them because they'd be traumatized. That did me no good. So I had to find an outlet and a safe place where I could discuss it. Even in my private practice, I have other therapists that I have permission to talk about my clients and their experiences, so that I have a support system intact, because we need sometimes a co-regulator. Sometimes I just need to be able to tell someone, you aren't going to believe what I heard. And I would like to say after 25 years that doesn't happen anymore, but it does. And so I think it's really, really important to recognize, remember what's the belief that's in the way, and you're going to have to do work on the belief. And then remember, you have some power over being able to say, okay, this isn't just happening to me. I can do some things right now, today. I can go home and try some of these things I'm talking about. I can be curious. And I would say curiosity is your best friend. Going backwards for some reason. Sorry, don't get dizzy. Okay, so I read a book once that I really loved. Keeps going past it really fast. Oh, there it is. It's called Trauma Stewardship. And it's written by Laura, I don't want to mess up her name, Lipsky and Connie Burke. And they do a wonderful job of talking about how do we have stewardship over ourselves so that we can continue to help those who are traumatized. And she comes up with kind of 4 things that I just wanted to give you, again, more ideas of how can I reflect on where I'm at, understand the issue for myself, and then make some changes. So I go home and do this today, right? So I tell my clients all the time, curiosity is your best friend. When we have emotion, a lot of times we move into a very judgmental space. Sometimes that's because we've been told feelings are bad or wrong, or there's something wrong with you if you struggle. You shouldn't feel that way. You know, I know better. It's a funny story. One time my son was super anxious, and I couldn't understand what was happening, and he was so upset about something. And I was not regulating well. This will tell you why you're not thinking clearly. And I work with people who are anxious. Remember that? I clearly forgot. So he's crying and he's upset. And I am Googling what to do when your child is anxious. And I had this moment of clarity of like, what am I doing? I know what to do. But it was a clear sign of like, whoa, this got too big for me. I couldn't even think of what the next step should be. So I love using curiosity. If you catch yourself noticing emotion and then the loud critical voice of judgment comes in and says, I shouldn't feel this way, shift it. So it's amazing what that will do. Curiosity is a cool thing. Why am I feeling that right now? There's really no reason my heart should be racing. That's kind of weird, right? So much better than what in the heck? I am severely messed up because I should not be feeling this way, right? And this is great with people you work with. Oh, let's be curious about that. So interesting, right? All of a sudden, this part of your brain clicks on that notices, that is curious, that wants to identify what am I experiencing and what's happening. So, some great questions for yourself to reflect on. What am I doing? Why am I doing it? Okay? Sometimes we lose our purpose. Is it working for me? I was working with someone who had a private practice, and she was like, I'm lonely, I dread it, I don't want to do it. Okay, change it. Go work for someone. Private practice is not for everybody, and it does have those moments of like, I'm just a lone person on an island trying to help people. So, do you have someone you can reflect with? Do you have someone that can help you with that? How much of your work is motivated by trying to develop mastery over your own trauma? It's a really important question to be honest with yourself about and reflect on. And then write down maybe a purpose or an intention for the day. Sometimes that helps shift us out of being all over the place and bumped, but this is what I'm going to focus on in every movement that I make today. I just want to connect with people. I want them to feel like I'm hearing them. Sorry, it's jumping again. So, all the way to the beginning. Another one, choosing your focus. We have creating space. The next one is choosing your focus. And how do we do that? The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. I love that quote. We can't expect there won't be challenge. We can't expect there won't be trial. We can't expect that we're not going to struggle. That's a part of life, and it's okay. And it's part of what's really grown me and helped me become a better person. Stress is a piece of life, so we can't wish it away. And sometimes we spend a lot of time wishing, if I just didn't feel this way, when this is over, when I'm out of school, everything will be better. When I find a partner, everything will be better. When I, right? Your whole life away. So what are you currently focusing on? Are you focusing on when things get better? Well, how do I make them better right now? For one day, just commit to paying attention to your inner chatter. I don't know why, but lately I've been very aware of my inner chatter, and it has not been great. Which helps me to recognize I need to evaluate what's going on. If you weren't doing this work, what would you love to do? I say to myself, I would love to be a flower arranger. I have no idea how to do it, but it would be super fun because I could make beautiful things and then give it to people. So I still get the happy feeling. I get to see what I've accomplished, and I think that for me is the need. A lot of what I do is abstract. A lot of what I do, I can't tell if I'm actually making a difference. It's social work, it's hard to quantify, right? So I have found that I love things I can quantify. So it used to be canning. I loved it. I could go down in my basement, I could look, see what I did, and then I'd tell the kids, don't eat it, because I need it there. Yes. Okay, I don't do canning anymore. That's too tiring. I'm like, no way, that's a lot of work. So I have recently started doing sourdough bread, and I'm having a great time. It's a little bit challenging, and it looks really pretty when you're done. And I can see, look at what I did with my time today. Okay, so that helps me meet this need of I need to be able to see that there are areas that I can quantify, that I can point to and say, I accomplished this, right? Because so much of our work is abstract. It's difficult to know, am I making a difference? I hope so, but I can't tell. So what's your plan B? And list 5 things to get you closer to it. I love that idea. The next one is building compassion and community. Do you have a community of people who encourage and keep you accountable? This is so important in this work, especially if you want to work in some of the more challenging areas. Reflect on your outward surroundings and they connect with your inner state, right? Sometimes I look around in my bedroom and I'm like, whoa, I'm not feeling good, because you can see it, right? So I need to adjust. How do I make a little space? Or, for your kids, make them a little happy place, corner. This is your place where you can deregulate. My daughter had a great kindergarten teacher. She was like, this is the space, and she had this cute little bean bag, and she had this little area that if you're falling apart, you go there. You don't have to say, teacher, can I go? You don't have to ask. You just step over into that. I'm like, what a fantastic way to teach your children. My kids, thankfully, I've taught them to call me on my stuff. And they'll say, Mom, why are you mad at me? I'm like, I'm not mad. What am I doing? You sound mad. Oh, yeah, okay, I do. But I'm frustrated. My head is going 5,000 miles and it has nothing to do with you. And thankfully, they'll ask. So I can say, oh, yeah, this isn't you. Has nothing to do with you. So if your compassion does not include you, yourself, it is incomplete. Reflect on, another way is to just reflect on who are your people, who show up for you, and then express that. There's so much power in saying thank you. Thank you for doing this for me. Thank you for showing up for me. Gratitude is an excellent place to help get us into that window. And then balance. We have to have balance. So if you can't plan a getaway, take a mini break. Sometimes my mini break is I've been sitting under these terrible lights for an entire day. I'm going to run outside in my 10-minute break and I'm going to sit in the sunshine. Just 10 minutes. That's all it takes, and it's amazing how much more regulated I feel. Allow someone to be there for you. designate a day of rest, and laughter. I love laughter. My husband's a great balance for laughter. I am serious and responsible, and I show up, and he brings the fun. And I appreciate that so much about him because it helps me to stay balanced so that I can continue to work with the clients that I love. And then as we close, I love what Pema Chodron said. She said the most fundamental aggression to ourselves, the most fundamental harm we can do to ourselves is to remain ignorant by not having the courage and the respect to look at ourselves honestly and gently. And I love the word gently. As gently and as kindly as Mr. Jensen treated that little boy, we have the opportunity to do that for others and to also be so kind and gentle with ourselves. And there's no way to benefit anyone else unless we start with ourselves. So I hope that you've gotten some ideas. I hope you'll go home and practice and you'll start to discover where's my window and when am I getting bumped out. And thank you so much for coming.
So we want to do the same and tell Mindy thank you and have some SEU swag. So wonderful presentation. Thank you. And we'll start again in 10 minutes, so 11 o'clock. Take a break. There's still food, other things you need, and we'll see you back at 11.
turn the light on.
Well, welcome, everybody. Good to have you back. And I'll introduce Richard Hagen in just a moment. Just so you're well oriented, he'll go until 11:50, and then 11:50 to about 12:10. We'll have you go grab lunch, use the bathroom, do what you need to do, bring your lunch back in here, and then we'll begin our next presentation. So if you did, when you registered at the desk over here at the front of the room, they would have given you a ticket if you registered in advance. That ticket is what you'll need to take to get your lunch, and that'll be out here. If you didn't get a ticket, never fear. Just know we'll serve you last because we want to be sure we have enough for everybody that did register, okay? So just be aware of that, and we should eat well together. So Richard Hagen, he's a motivated, passionate occupational therapist with over 10 years of experience helping students in schools overcome deficits and improve sensory overload. Richard owns 2 businesses, has over 60 people working for him, has been an SIS chair in the Utah Occupational Therapy Association, and has given over 20 presentations, many of them on children's sensory needs. His success in helping kids learn to positively experience sensory input has made him a frequently requested presenter. He received his master's degree in occupational therapy from the University of Utah, though claims his heart still belongs to his alma mater at BYU. I think you've got a fan over here in the corner. Richard's wife and children refute this claim, insisting that his heart belongs to them. So we're happy to have Richard with us, and please join me in welcoming him.
Can you hear me? So I was the one that put my wife and kids refute that claim. I don't know if they actually would, but it sounded good on the bio. So I'm so excited to be here. I've loved the presentation so far, and mine is going to be on sensory processing. As an occupational therapist, I've dealt with it with tons of kids. And has anyone seen a child like this? So I want to get a quick idea of who's here. Who are here because you're students? Okay, quite a lot. Who are here because you're faculty or a professional in some way that wanted to come? Okay, awesome. And who is here from the community? You're a parent. Okay, so we have a good mix of all of them, and I love to see that. With this presentation, there's a lot of information. We'll see how much I get through. There's going to be a lot of information on the screens. I'm happy to make the slides available for you at a different point, so don't feel like you need to go through and see them all. So, like was said, I have 2 different companies that I own. I started my practice in about 2016. I started, what's going on? I noticed that some of you are not enjoying this right now. Who feels uncomfortable right now? Okay. If I just kept talking and pretended not to notice, or if I didn't notice, who was able to focus on what I was saying at the moment? I don't see any hands here. Was anyone able to focus on me? Or was everyone focused on that loud screeching noise? So that is what children or adults with sensory processing deficits are like. Something that the rest of us, if I pretended not to notice it, life is normal. We're having this conversation here. I'm giving this presentation, and I'm not going to fall off the stage because that would look really funny on camera. I'm giving this presentation, and they're hearing lights screaming at them with the fluorescent lights. They are hearing people out there, if everyone listens, all that noise out there, and they're hearing it just as loudly and just as distractingly as you heard that screech. Part of the presentation, there's a couple different things that we're going to objectives. So one is to relate to kids or adults who struggle with sensory processing. We're going to do that by trying to let you fill an experience a little bit. It's not going to be aversive as the screech, I promise. Help you learn how to increase the childhood sensory experience and increase childhood physical activity. There's a strong correlation with sensory there that we'll get into. So sensory regulation versus, or sensory processing versus emotional regulation. Emotional regulation is taking any action that alters the intensity of the experience, the emotional experience. Sensory processing, and I'll explain a little bit more of this in just a moment, is the processing of sensory stimulation in the environment as well as in one's own body. So the why. Why is it important? Why is it important for us? Why is it important for the kids that we work with or adults? It has all of these benefits. Play skills, social interaction, it decreases anxiety. If that screeching continued through the whole presentation, who would be anxious? Who would be distracted? Who would be able to learn? Okay, very few. So we're going to learn and help you experience what it's like with them and then learn how to help them or ourselves with it. Negative effects of sensory deprivation. Back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, they did a whole lot of experiments on sensory deprivation. And they went to extreme lengths with the sensory deprivation. No sound, no visual stimuli, no tactile stimuli for extended lengths of time. It went on to 1 day, 2 day, 5 days, a week. And they found some very extreme negative aspects when sensory stimulation is removed. Motor skills and coordination decreased, problem solving, memory, speech and academics, and it's very well documented, these deficits. So as an occupational therapist, I work largely in the schools. I work with a lot of kids. And so most of what I talk about is going to be as relating to children. However, it also applies to adults. Now, as I stand up here looking out over you, I see a lot of movement. I see some people tapping, some people moving your feet, some people, as you're sitting here crossed, you're kind of bouncing your knee. I see some people, not too many right now, but kind of leaning. All of those things that we do are sensory seeking activities that we have learned when we were children to help ourselves reach an optimal level so that we can learn, so that we can focus. Kids don't know how to do that. They have not yet learned, especially those with sensory processing difficulties. So the sensory system finds itself in the autonomic nervous system, which controls all of these things: the heart rate, respiration, blood pressure, muscle activation, etc. It's two parts of that: the sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight, which increases all of that. If a lion comes, you want your muscle activation to be as quick as possible. You want to be able to outrun it, outjump it, whatever. The second is the parasympathetic, the rest and digest, the relax, the come back to normal. And so the ANS plays a very large part in our sensory processing. So the somatosensory, or the body sensory system, can be broken into the 5 regular senses that we've taught since, or we've learned since we were children. However, there are some other senses. There's 2 internal senses, proprioception and vestibular, and we're going to get into what all of these are and what they look like. There's one new system that has started showing up in the literature the last 3 or so years called the interoception. It's the sense of internal organs. We're not going to talk about it. because there's differing thoughts on it, and it's not as applicable to what you can do and how we can help individuals. So what is sensory processing? I have a computer chip up there, because just like a computer takes in information in ones and zeros, it makes sense of that and then presents it to us in a way that we can understand. Our sensory systems take in the information of everything going on around us, things that we feel, we see, we hear. If it's working properly, it should make sense of that information and help us be able to learn and use the information productively. When it is not working well, when we are overloaded, or when we have not yet reached an optimal state because there's too little of it, there's difficulties that occur. I'm going to show several different videos throughout. Hopefully they work. The videography is not great. They were taken on my children. This one, I think my son's 1 or 2, and he's now 13. So a lot of them are a lot of years ago. This is when I was becoming an OT, and things that I saw were very interesting. All 3 of my kids, I have 3 kids, all of them are neurotypical. So they don't have any extreme diagnoses, but looking at it through a sensory perspective, and we'll get into it a little bit more, there are things that each of them do and can do that help them learn. So this again is my son, and we'll just watch for a second.
Lay down.
So it's a little dark, I apologize.
Can you lay down? Lay down. Okay. Say night night. Night night.
He had already been doing this for about 15 minutes when I started taking the video.
No, it's night time. Why are you jumping on the bed? Yeah, you did.
So he would do this every single time we laid him down for a nap or to sleep. It took me going through school a little bit of time before I started recognizing he is regulating himself. He is getting his sensory needs met to an optimal level so that he is calm, so that he could then lay down and fall asleep. And there's all sorts of sensory benefit he was getting from this. He was having the vestibular, the proprioception, you could hear the noise, so he was having auditory and the visual. All of that was coming into play. As he got older, I recognized this need, and I would do what we called knockdowns, where I'd lay on the ground and I'd have him, I'd sit on the ground and he'd run at me and essentially try to tackle me. And that provided a lot of input for him. Now that he's 13, I don't really want to get knocked on my bum too hard. I wrestle with him, and I still have, and he's lifting weights. He thinks he's getting strong, but Dad can still beat him. When Dad can't beat him, things will change. So there are a lot of different models as to how we can look at sensory. This is a very simplistic one, but I think it describes it very well. So on the side, you have the threshold, where someone meets their optimal level. You can have a low threshold or a high threshold. My wife has a very low sensory threshold, especially when it comes to auditory. I will be talking, and typical guy, probably a little harder of hearing, and so I get talking, and I'm excited, and I go louder and louder, and she says, "Shh, you don't need to yell, I'm right here." By the same token, I am much higher on the threshold. So she'll be sitting there talking to me in this quiet, calm voice, and I have to pay so much attention just to hear the words that she's saying that I have a hard time processing them or responding. So the threshold, how much we need. Across the top, the response. What is done, how much energy do they put into meeting that optimal level? So you have low energy versus a high energy. And we're going to break them into 4 quadrants. So on the upper left, poor registration, they notice the stimulation much less than others. So they have a very high threshold. They need a lot in order for it to get met, but they do nothing to meet it. So they may seem uninterested, self-absorbed. Interventions increase the intensity of sensory input. So to describe each of these quadrants, we're going to use Winnie the Pooh characters because Winnie the Pooh. So for this one, who would it be? Eeyore. Now, from a mental health perspective, there's a whole lot of things going on with Eeyore, right? And I'm not going to get into that. However, from a sensory perspective, he never has motivation. Everything is slow. He needs more stuff to occur for him to hit his optimal level, but he never does anything about it. Okay, the next you have high response and high threshold. They need a lot and they're actively seeking it. They generate extrasensory input, continuously engaging and excitable. Who would that be? Tigger, good call. On the bottom, you have a low threshold. They don't need lots of input to meet where they need. On the left, you have someone who's sensitive to it. They don't, so they don't actively do anything to decrease it. Who would that be? Any guesses? Good job. And then sensation avoiding, they dislike sensation. They don't want it. They're easily overwhelmed, but they actively try to stop it. And that is, you guys are amazing. So if you keep these characters in mind and seek to remember the threshold and the response, those are the 2 things that we need to look at to try to get people to their optimal level. There is difference between tantrum and a meltdown. Has anyone seen something like this before? It is super important to recognize the difference. Both of them, when we look at the observable behavior, they're going to look the same. The kid's throwing a tantrum, they're screaming, they're yelling, they're hitting, they're dysregulated. But the reasoning for that dysregulation is completely different. In a behavior, in a tantrum, it is driven by a want or a goal. I want that candy bar, and you're not giving it to me. I'll actually go down all the left, and then I'll look at the right. Please recognize they're exactly the same, though, right? A matches with A on both of them. So they are throwing a tantrum to get something. There's a motivation. They check to make sure you're paying attention, because if you're not paying attention, I'm not going to get the candy bar, right? They want an audience. Without it, it may cease. Once you give the child the candy bar, are they going to continue to scream? No. They got what they want. Behavior modification can be greatly beneficial for someone throwing a behavior tantrum. And there are minimal ANS. So that list we gave with the pupillation and the eye pupils, the dilation, and the heart rate and the breathing, the temperature, they're not going to have many of those. They may have just a little bit because, that takes a little bit of energy, right? But it will very quickly return to normal. Contrast all of that with a meltdown. It's not driven by a desire for something, it's driven by a reaction to something. They don't care if anyone's paying attention. This isn't a choice they have. They are overloaded and they don't know what to do. They cannot process it. If they don't have an audience, doesn't matter. There's no goal. The behavior will only cease once the child has been able to regulate themselves, whether that's because something has been removed, a sensory stimulation, or they've been regulated another way. Behavior modification is not beneficial or is very minimally beneficial. Maybe I can get the kid to stop screaming if I do something aversive enough to him that he would prefer to not scream rather than have me slap him or whatever, right? But I did not meet the need. And the ANS signs takes 45 to 60 minutes for it to return to normal. If you did their blood pressure, if you check their temperature, it will take 30 minutes after, they will still be elevated above their homeostasis level. So now I'm going to get into going through each of those 7 different senses. And then, depending on how much time we have, we'll try to do a little bit of other stuff. So tactile. I have here a chalkboard. And I just want us to all remember what it feels like when, now wait a second. I showed you, this actually is a chalkboard because I forgot to bring the other one. Usually when I do this, it's just some blackboard that isn't actually a chalkboard. I did not touch this. I pretended I was going to. Who experienced a physiological reaction to that? Goosebumps? Gonna throw up? Who put themselves in a protective reaction and started tensing your muscles? Okay? So I want you to think and recognize, and the majority of individuals in here, I'm assuming, and we know what assumptions make me, yes, I apologize, but they also make you that, right? Most of us in here would probably be considered neurotypical, okay? And yet, so many of us just experienced a negative physiological reaction. What is it going to be like for a child who has much more severe physiological reactions and does not have experience or knowledge or ability to control the stimulation that's coming? How easy would the life of that would that be in life? So the skin is it's the largest tactile receptor. What 2 areas of the body have the highest density of receptors? Any guesses? The largest number of neurons. It's going to be your fingers, and it's also going to be the tongue, which is why babies mouth objects. They're exploring the world, right? So signs of tactile dysfunction. Now, you may see a couple of these in anyone, correct? We're looking for patterns. We're looking for something that is frequent and consistent. So someone who is hypersensitive, they probably have low arousal. If you think back, they're the bottom 2. And they don't want it. So they're going to demonstrate excessive behavioral reactions to being touched. It may be aggressive. Oversensitive pain response. They may try to escape the situations, and yada, yada, yada. The last one, they eat only certain textures or accept liquid from only certain things. They are trying to get as little physiological tactile sensation as possible. Those who may be hyposensitive, they seek it, they want more. They're going to have excessive seeking behaviors. In children, they may continue to mouth things after 2 years. Once again, because there is so much stimulation in that. They overstuff their mouth. They lack normal response to pain. We're going to see this in proprioceptive input as well, but I'll mention it now. Who knows a child that you think is aggressive because they hit? No one knows a child who's aggressive? Okay. What if the child is not intentionally trying to hurt or be aggressive, but they enjoy the feeling of hitting? To them, it feels wonderful. Well, why are you crying? What I just did was awesome. This is great. Why don't you do it to me? They are not intentionally being aggressive. Now, are there kids who are intentionally being aggressive? Absolutely. But when we look at it from a sensory perspective with a sensory child, the intent may not be aggression. It may be because what they did and what it gave them was amazing. So some strategies. Provide tactile experiences to assist them to focus. Fidgets. Tie enjoyable activities to new or unpleasant tactile experiences. My kids, again, neurotypical, but my son, he hated cleaning out pumpkins at Halloween as a young child. It was just disgusting, and he wouldn't do anything with it. So me, being the OT father that I am, of course I didn't care that he didn't want to do it, and I had to motivate him. So, okay, well, why don't you take out 2 handfuls and I'll give you a cookie. I'll let you have 10 minutes of electronics. I paired a high enough motivation with him to overcome the unhappiness of it. Provide enjoyable tactile sensory experiences that the child wants to participate in, and deep pressure. This is my youngest son, Brian. Laverkin actually did this for one of the holidays. I don't remember if it was the 4th or 24th, but they had a whole lot of bubbles there. And so we went and played with it. I also put his picture in because most of the videos and pictures are of my oldest 2 kids, because then I had stuff to show this presentation, and that was not okay to not have him in here. So, auditory. I am actually an inspiring musician. So in this this auditory clip you're going to listen to, I have 3 different clips that I put together. One of them is me talking, and I teach you a word in Dutch. I served a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the Netherlands, and there's some really cool words. So I'm just talking and teaching you one of those words. The other one is me singing opera, and one is me rapping. I want you to see if you can hear the one of me talking.
Figaro, I am going to tell you about Figaro. Don't drool. He's a cat. I'm an opera singer about Figaro. Yo.
It hasn't yet taken off. Don't know why. I'm still waiting for the calls. Who was able to hear me speaking and teaching that word? Okay, I'm going to now play it with just that isolated. The volume is going to be exactly the same.
I am going to tell you a very important word you must remember. The word is lekker. In order to successfully complete this training, you must say the word lekker 3 times.
So lekker means delicious. Did anyone hear that with the others? The level of auditory stimulation was exactly the same, but it was hidden because there was others that were overwhelming to it, right? What happens to a child who you speak to and ignores you? Are they being a bad child, or are they hearing other things and they're not able to isolate your voice or their name like we would expect them to be able to? Are they being bad, or are they simply not able to differentiate it as easily? So, auditory stimuli causes actual physiological responses. They did an experiment with 50 children. 25 were autism spectrum, 25 were neurotypical. I always forget the actual word, which is the electrical skin conductivity. That's why I have these papers. resting skin conduction. So they checked the resting skin conduction of each child, essentially hooked up some monitor to show how much electricity was flowing through the skin. There was a high degree of statistical difference in that electrical skin conduction with auditory noises between the two groups, which means it is not just someone who has auditory difficulties, processing difficulties. They're not just being difficult. There is an actual physiological difference that is causing them to react. If you recognize that, does it make you think a little different the next time someone screams because there's too much noise? Okay? If it doesn't, then I can go and play that loud tune again, the screech, and see how long it takes you to develop a physiological response. It happens early, essentially. In utero, they start recognizing auditory sounds. So, signs of auditory dysfunction. For those who are hypersensitive, they avoid it. They may be distracted by more than one noise. They may cover ears to certain sounds. They cry to them. They avoid parties or groups of people because of the noise. But then look at the last one. Here's where it gets interesting, and you can't just look at one component to see if they have it. They increase their own activity level or their own noises. Why would that happen? If they don't like noise, why are they going to be noisy? Because it is a whole lot easier for them to deal with noise that they are in control of, that they make, than other stuff going on somewhere else. So I'm going to sit here and click. I'm going to sit here and tap. I'm going to hum. I'm going to sing. I'm going to talk to myself, because me doing it drowns out all this other noise which I can't stand and which I hate. If they seek it, they may have delayed response to verbal requests. Again, they're not trying to ignore us. They just don't process it because they haven't hit their threshold yet. Under-respond to noises. Make a variety of unusual noises. So them making noises could fit them in either category, but the cause for it is different. Here, they want noise because they like it, so they're going to create a lot more noise. This is my daughter. She's now 10. She was, I don't know, however old she is there. And she had pulled out a carbon monoxide detector, and it screamed at her. And she was scared and she ran. And me, being the loving father, said, oh, I've got to get that on video. Let's do it again. So watch her face. There's going to be some other noises. When we do a blender in just a moment, I want you to pay attention to her reaction. She kind of goes through different stages. Fear, and then she kind of protects herself, and then she tries to be normal, and then she reaches for someone else to get away from it. Look at that fear on her face that this loving dad caused her to go through for the sake of your benefit. She doesn't know what to do. Reach for someone else. She's kind of protective. In her reaction to noise. And a vacuum. So she runs over to Dad. Emily, what's the matter? But after she feels safe, she is okay with the noise and with it coming closer and closer. Until it almost touches her, and then she's like, I'm out of here. So, auditory strategies. Intervention, most intervention with auditory are going to be environmental adaptations. Headphones, etc. Reduce noise. There's been a lot of studies with different types of interventions, and they have largely been shown to be ineffective. What can be done, however, is getting them to tolerate it. So if you pair a sound with an enjoyable activity, that they're focused on, they can then start developing what all of us have to be able to focus so hard on something, they can either ignore it or they can handle the unpleasantness of that stimulation. So you can start with soft, quiet noise, gradually increase the volume, follow their cues. Again, I work with students, so replace it with child as to what sounds they enjoy, and then couple the sounds that they'll focus on. One thing that I constantly as an OT try to teach and help others understand, with headphones, that should not be a long time answer. It should be for short durations when something is excessively noisy. Studies have actually shown children who wear headphones all the time, they increase their sensitivity to noise. So then when they take it off, the whole world is a whole lot more noisy and more difficult for them. So headphones should not be the world they live in. Headphones should be, here is a noise, here is an environment which is uncontrollable and super noisy. We're going to place this on you for a duration while you're in this environment, and then take them off immediately afterward. Otherwise, you're making the problem worse. Yes?
So I work with middle schoolers. I have a student who wants to wear his headphones all the time. So should I encourage him to just wear it in between the halls between class and then take them off in class?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. If he is listening to music or something, then that would be appropriate because he's not cutting off all noise. Otherwise, yes, he's going to increase his sensitivity to noise and it's going to get harder and harder for him. She said she works with middle school children, and there's a student she has that tries to wear the headphones all the time, earphones, noise canceling. So should she have him only wear them in the halls or at times when it gets very loud? And I said yes. Try to not have, obviously we may not have control over everything, but try to get him to only do it when things are uncontrollable as opposed to constantly. Visual. Remember times you're distracted with visual movement. If we're in a smaller environment, I often have someone flip lights on and off or do something like that. And when that happens, would it distract anyone? Okay. And when you're distracted, you would not be paying attention to me and the words I'm speaking, because your mind would start thinking, why are the lights turning off? Why is someone running around? Whatever it may be, whatever the distraction may be. I want you to just experience this for a minute, and I'll ask for your forgiveness later. It's not a horrible sound or anything. There's a word search, and I want you to look for the word overloaded in it. It's actually fairly easy to see. Most people get it in about 3 to 4 seconds. So most people who have seen it now, right? Have you guys not seen it? You're idiots. How stupid are you? Why can you not see it? Let me make it easier because you're an imbecile. Have you still not seen it? I have never seen someone so incompetent in their life. Let me make it easier because baby little you can't find it. Can you see it now, dummy? Okay. Once again, forgive me, please. I try not to be that much of a jerk too often. But kids who are visually overstimulated and cannot focus or find something on the blackboard that the teacher is writing because there's so much other stuff going on, that whether the teacher is yelling at them or not, that is how they feel when everyone else in the room knows exactly what's going on and they're able to see it and the student cannot. So what other instances, that's specific to a student in school, what other instances are there where you're working with children, they may not be able to focus on something visual because there's too much visual clutter? And how are they feeling with it? What can we do to make it easier for them? How many black dots do you see? It's kind of a fun little thing, right? It occurs because when you look at it directly with the fovea, which has the highest number of rods, receptors, cones, you can see that there's nothing. But when your peripheral vision sees it, it meshes some of the area around it, and it looks like there's black dots. Our visual system, most of the eye structure developed before 28 weeks. It is the least mature system at birth, and it interacts with the vestibular system closely. I've got to speed up a little bit so we can get through some. So if they're hypersensitive, they may prefer dark to normal room illumination. They may be overstimulated to complex visual stimuli. If they seek it, they may not be able to concentrate easily, and you can kind of see the other things. So what can you do? Identify the problem, give adaptation, make their environment more simple. I have a picture later, we'll see if we get to it, which shows clutters of room. And especially in school, oh my goodness, those rooms are cluttered. Nothing against the teachers. They have very limited space and they fill up every inch of it. But you have a student with every inch of space filled up, it's really hard for them to focus. Have them participate in activities that require and looking in multiple visual fields and activities that allow a variety of stimuli. Proprioception. Proprioception is defined as body position in space. So if we had more time, I'd call someone up, I'd have them close their eyes, and I would move their bodies into all sorts of funky little positions that make everyone laugh and ask them to describe it. And they would be able to describe it. The reason is because of the proprioceptive system. I will come back to that. There's two different modes of thought, and chances are there's a combination of both of these, which is the reason it happens. In each of your joints, you have a synovial fluid, and as you move, that synovial fluid, there's pressure differentials that the body is able to recognize and helps you to know where your body is positioned. The second one is the muscle spindles and fibers. So I want you to watch this child really quickly and their reaction. Keeps doing it. Really cute kid, right? Not mine, but really cute. That's actually a natural reaction for children. But when that proprioceptive input is removed, they immediately go into, oh my goodness, what's going on? This is my daughter. I'll just let you watch 2 seconds. It's really cute. She was, however old there, 3, 4, playing Mario Kart but she didn't know how to play, so we just gave her a remote.
Mario Kart, this is Emmy, how she drives. Go drive! With her remote control, keep driving, Emmy! Go, go!
Okay, so I'd watch it for another 10 seconds, but proprioception, the reason she's doing all those big movements is that's what it feels like. Proprioception, I want to turn left, let's go left, let's try to go up. She's using her whole body to get that movement. Hypersensitive, they may be toe walkers because they don't want their whole foot to touch the ground because that's more stimulation. Or they may just stand on their heel. They avoid weight-bearing activities. If they're seeking it, they may bang their heads. They may hurt themselves or others. They crash into objects and people. Excessive jumping, excessive force when they touch someone or grasp something. Again, please look at it through the lens. Are they intentionally being aggressive, or are they doing it because they like it? I hit you. Why are you crying? That felt awesome. Hit me back. I want some too. Versus, I'm mad at you and I want to hurt you. Here's strategies, heavy work, a lot of muscle activation things that can occur. Imagine being on a roller coaster. This is your vestibular system. Who likes roller coasters? Okay? Imagine as you're turning and as you're moving, the inner ear in each of your inner ears, there's actually 3 semicircular canals which are filled with fluid and little cilia, little hairs. When, just like with this bottle of water, if you can see, as I turn it, and it leaks, and I apologize, as I turn it, the water moves, right? And the same thing happens in each of the semicircular canals. Thank you. They're going in different directions, so it helps the body to recognize which direction you're going and where we are with things. So signs of dysfunction: they prefer sedentary tasks, they move slowly, lose balance, avoid playing. If they're seeking it, they may not be able to sit still. They want to rock their body, they move fast, they like to spin, they're jumping on everything, they're running. Frequent movement breaks can help them. Need a defined space. Okay, I'm going to be teaching you. Great. Rather than you needing to sit like this, and if you're out of your seat, you're in trouble, your seat now incorporates this 2 or 3 square foot area. If you want to stand, if you want to sit, if you want to rock, I'm going to give you a little bit larger area to move around. And think about this also with kids you work with, or as you're working with them in therapy. There's a lot of therapists or therapy students here. You don't have to sit there and look at me and not move. Move, enjoy. We can still talk while this is helping you to focus. I'm going to skip over this. I know there's a lot of kids who have taste problems, hypersensitive to it. There are things that can be done. It's a little more technical, a little more difficult, and we don't really have time to describe them, but essentially treat food as fun. Have them play with it, remove, make food experiences positive. No pressure, no negativity. When you increase the pressure and negativity, it makes them not want to do it. Make it fun, have them play with it. I was working with a kid once, and they hated all sorts of food, so we started using pudding as Indian paint, Native American paint. Native Americans and cowboys, whatever we were playing, Indians and cowboys, and we face painted with it, and then went around the house yelling and having fun. It made it so that the pudding was not a negative experience. It was fun. They could interact with it. There are 7 slides I have. I only put 2 of them in here. Each bullet point is a different study showing the benefits of physical activity, okay? 5 more pages in addition to these 2. Why are we showing it? Because we're not going to have time for those videos. Every 2 hours or more a child watches TV, the risk of obesity jumps 23% and the diabetes increase 14%. Children spend too much time in front of screens. A lot of the sensory issues, here is part of the take home. I have like 2 minutes left. A lot of sensory issues which occur today are because of the way we live our lives. Children are not spending time outside. They're not jumping and learning the visual movement. They're not rolling around and having their vestibular system moving. They're not crawling around on the grass and dirt and experiencing all of these different feelings with their hands. We sit inside playing video games, and I love to watch a movie, and my kids play video games. I have this battle with them too. But a lot of the sensory deficits are because we are not involved in the real world enough. So, let's see, was that I have a take-home slide. So, recognize and understand sensory components of child regulation, get kids outside and active, help them to experience a lot of new varied sensory input time and time and time again. Encourage them to use their muscles. Demonstrate creative ways for sensory input. Our kids don't do it because we don't do it, you guys. We're at fault. We need to demonstrate and show and participate ourselves. Create familiarity, just right challenge, make it difficult enough that it's fun, but easy enough that they're successful with it, and give them opportunities to work in various positions, etc. Thank you guys very much.
We want to do the same thing and obviously tell Richard thank you with some SU swag. So he and my kids may feel similar that they get experimented with on a regular basis. So that was awesome. Thank you, Richard. Just so everybody's oriented, so these back tables that we have some people sitting at, I was sitting at one, we'll need to vacate those because we have a career fair and people coming to set up, employers that will be telling us about their business and the work they do and recruiting you. If you're interested in looking for a career, they'll be back at these tables in the back. For those that registered by the deadline, you got a yellow ticket. That yellow ticket gets you lunch. So we have lunch out here. You'll be given a box lunch, and then we'll have our next speaker will be at about 12:10. So get your lunch, come back in, use the restroom, do what you need to do, come back, and we'll get started. For those that have any dietary accommodations, your meal is at the registration table, and it should be marked on your ticket. So those that don't have a ticket, never fear, there's hope. You might get a lunch. We'll do our best. So just know we'll serve everybody with tickets. Then I'll let you know to go, those that don't have tickets, and go try to get lunch. So thank you, everybody. And you don't need a ticket. You're a speaker.
Okay, perfect. I was going to ask. Oh, thank you.
Put this here.
Absolutely.
Oh. Okay, we'll leave it there. That's perfect. Thank you so much. And we can leave that for Dave.
Okay.
Also, just one last thing. Ginger's still there for book sales. If you'd like a book, I got mine signed copy. Anyways, awesome. So she'll be there by the food table still.
Is that yours? No, you're fine. Yeah, no, I always get it. So, I am happy. So tell me again the situation. Okay.
Those who don't have a ticket, you can go eat now. There's plenty. So thank you, everybody. And just a big thanks to our sponsors you can see up here that provided lunch today.
I just don't like interacting with humans. I will follow you.
Yes. Thank you.
Anything else you need from me?
I'm all set. Thank you.
We do, if you do want any audience participation, we do have a mic I can walk around.
Oh, okay.
I'll just kind of watch. If you use it, I'll bring it around. If you don't, great.
Shouldn't need it. Yeah, I should be all right. Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. Good to be back with you. Hope you got a little bit of a break of some kind. And there was lunch. There's still plenty of lunch. If anybody feels like they need seconds, we have seconds. So there's no shame. No one will shame you for that. We want to just orient you to these back tables from 1:30 until 3:30. We'll have a career fair. So we're grateful to have these employers here with us that would love to meet all of you and get to know you better. We had them set up a little early just so you can see who they are, and as soon as you're done, go right over and meet them. So hopefully you'll be oriented well and be able to get done what you need to get done if you're looking for an opportunity to work in the human services field, and or just want to get to know agencies and the work that they do. So today has been fantastic. I've been amazed at how the presenters have just built on each other, right, and what they've been talking about. We're grateful to have David Schramm here with us, and he's going to be talking about tips on how to become better after experiencing the bitter. So overcoming hardships is essential to the wellness of a person and how they cope with their hardships. So by learning to become better after the bitter, David Schramm offers insight on the benefits and tools needed to become your best self. This presentation offers insight on how to come back after a pandemic and grow from the experience as we've talked about today. It also talks through the experience of experiencing mental health issues and ways to cope with it. David Schramm worked as a professor and extension specialist in the Department of Human Development and Family Science at the University of Missouri for 9 years before joining the faculty at Utah State University in 2016. His research centers on couples, relationships, parenting, and flourishing at home and at work. He was appointed by the governor, Herbert, to serve on the Utah Commission on Marriage in 2016, and he appears monthly on Fox 13's The Place, and has launched a Facebook page, Dr. Dave USU, where he shares research and tips on helping individuals, parents, and couples flourish. He's given over 500 presentations, classes, and workshops to a variety of audiences from British Columbia to Beijing, China, from St. Louis to San Francisco. And I will note, travel here was much more pleasant than any of those, I'm sure. And outside of the classroom, he's a scientific consultant for businesses and organizations. He presents on topics ranging from positivity to productivity and parenting, from happy hacks to healthy habits, and from brain boosters to balancing work and family and building resilience, and from motivation and mindfulness to marriage relationships. His approach is founded on decades of science showing that when people flourish in their personal and home lives, they are more invested and flourish at work. You can see his website at Dr. Dave Speaks, and he also has a TED Talk, Family Fundamentals, The Secret Sauce to Booming Business. So join me in giving Dr. Dave Schramm a round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks, Brad. Appreciate that. I'm excited to be here. It was great traveling down here. It was different coming down here last night than going catching a plane or anything like that. It was wonderful, and the weather. This sure beats Logan, especially in the winters. But this also, it was great to see faculty that I know here. You have great faculty here at SUU, and a little bit. I ate at my parents' yesterday afternoon as I was traveling down. They live in Payson, so I grew up in good old Payson, Utah. How many of you know where good old Payson? Yes, Payson Lion, class of 95. Let's go. And so I ate there, and then I was talking with my parents, and my dad actually attended SUU. He began in 1962, graduated in 1966. served a church mission over in Germany for 3 years. So this is kind of coming this whole full circle to be able to literally be where he was as many of you his age at that time. To be able to come back here is pretty neat. A little bit of history, kind of little Dr. Dave, where does that come from? So I graduated from Auburn University, Human Development and Family Studies. Took a position at University of Missouri there, as Brad talked about, for 9 years. And I remember the first semester, first class, it was this huge class. And a few weeks into it, I remember coming home and saying, honey, it's the funniest thing, the students there, they call me Dr. Dave. And our daughter, she was about 3 at the time, or about 5 years old, another daughter was 3, and she just started to giggle and laugh. I said, what's so funny about that, Mallory? And she said, Dad, you're not a doctor. I said, actually, Mallory, I've been to 10 years of school. I'm trying to convince this 5-year-old that I'm a doctor. She looks up at me and she says, Dad, you're not a doctor. You don't help anybody. I said, you help your room, young lady, right? Why? What was she thinking? Why would she say that? Yeah, I didn't have the scrubs and didn't really help people, but I promise, I do try to help people. A little bit about the Schramm fam. We have 3 daughters and our son. And so right after this, I have to zip back up. They're having a playoff game, Green Canyon at Skyview. And I'll go about 110 and just see if I can get there by 6 o'clock, which I'll be pushing it. Our oldest daughter, let me tell you a little story about our oldest daughter. I actually just texted her about 15 minutes ago. She was having bunion surgery. She's now 22 years old, lives in Orem. But let's rewind a little bit. There's an experience that I want to build on and start with. Back in Missouri, she was a freshman, not extremely athletic. And she said, Mom, Dad, I want to run track. I want to run track. My friends are running track. I want to try out for the track team. I think she was 14 years old at the time. And we kind of looked at each other and we're like, okay, yeah, we'll support you. You go get them, type of a thing. And we asked her what event. She said hurdles. And we said, are you sure? Yeah, does anyone run track in high school or here? Yes. Why? Why? No, I'm just kidding. I don't get it. So we're super excited. She's excited. She says, are you going to come watch? Of course we're going to come watch. So this is her very, very first track meet. And she gets in the blocks and she gets ready to line up. And I'm going to actually show you. Man, did it freeze up again? So for some reason, when I put the HDMI in, let me try it one more time. It freezes the system here. Let me try this. And man, it is still not advancing. Let's see. Escape. Come down. Now I don't see anything. Let's see. Okay, there it is. Got it. So I don't have the sound on because I don't want to hear. You just hear my voice be like, go, Chandler, go. So I'm going to spare you that. But this is, so she's on the far left, right? So whatever lane that is, on the far left, she's, now, don't mind her freshman form, okay? This is not the best form, but here she goes. Oh man, there she goes, taking off, and I'm videoing. And I had no idea how she would do. Look at that, look at those arms flailing around. Yeah, let's go, girl. Okay, so she cruises down, and she takes first place. And so I was like, oh yeah, that's my girl. See, honey, we're raising athletes. And I go down there, and I'm, hugging her in front of everybody, and I'm such a proud dad. My wife's down there, like, man, we had no idea, way to go. And so she was super pumped, super excited. And now, here's a video of the very next track meet. And we talked to all of our friends and neighbors, and they're like, no, you got to come. She's pretty good, man. She takes after me, right? We knew she could do it the whole time. Well, that was not true. Okay, now here it is. She's in the same lane, all right? So same lane. This is the very next meet, and here she goes. Boom. She's cruising, maybe not in the lead, doing all right. Arms are falling all over the place. And then, boom. Yeah, so I don't have the sound on because that's the sound that the crowd made. It was really loud. And she finishes last, okay? So she went from first to last place in the 2 meets. This meet, she goes down there, I go running down there, right? And I see her, I look up, and her shoulder's starting to bleed, and her leg is all just messed up, and it's starting to bleed. And I run down there, and she is just in panic mode. She's shaking. She comes up to me, and she said, "Dad, I just want to go home. I just want to go home, Dad. I just want to go home. Just take me home. I don't want to be here." I'm like, whoa, Chandler. And she wouldn't even look me at the eyes. "No, I want to go right now." She was humiliated. She was embarrassed. Her friends, family, all the people in the stands, at that noise that you guys made, it was 10 times louder. When you're, she hit the deck and then just bounced back up and finished. She wanted to get out of there. "I want to be done. I don't want to do track anymore. I hate this." And I grabbed her and I said, hey. I said, "I am more proud of you today than I was last week." She said, "What do you mean, Dad? I took last place. I biffed it on that. That hurt. I don't want to do this anymore." I said, "Hey, you got up. You got up and you finished the race." And I said, life's about that, isn't it? It's about getting up when you get knocked down, and we're all going to biff it, and we've all biffed it. And you're going to meet people, and you're going to work with people who have really biffed it. Just in this past month, you probably know a lot of people, perhaps you yourselves are going through some pretty rough stuff. I have a good friend of mine who just found out a month ago that his wife's been having an affair for 2 years. So I talk to him, and I go on drives with him, and he's really struggling. I'm hooking him up with a marriage family therapist. Another good friend just 2 weeks ago, diagnosed with cancer. 2 months ago, I have a nephew, testicular cancer. Right? Family member of ours, divorce. There's a lot of stuff going on, whether it's health challenges, whether it was COVID or cancer or car accidents. Talking to my mom last night, she's been battling cancer for 2 years in liver, and she had her shot. She goes in once a month to get these shots in her rear end to help prolong her life. Say all of us are going to experience these ups and these downs, this craziness that we call life. So I'm going to share today, 8 words. 8 words, that's it, you guys. 8 words that I have found to be resilience. If I were to define resilience, I would say it's this. It's search inward, it's turn outward, it's look upward, and it is pressing forward through the struggles in life. First one, let's talk about searching inward. I like to first, before I launch into those, big picture, all of us are born into this life with at least 3 fundamental needs. Human needs. Every single one of us are born with the same needs. First need is the need for safety, to feel safe. This is physical safety. This is emotional safety, feeling like I can risk with another person. This is a romantic partner. This is a teacher. This is in class, feeling like I can say something and not be laughed at or put down or if it was wrong. So feeling fundamentally this is safety, food, clothing, shelter. When this need is met, the feeling is a feeling of peace. It's like, okay, I don't have this worry, this anxiety, this concern. Second need we're all born with is the need for satisfaction, to do fun and enjoyable and engaging things. This is pizza and ice cream, as well as Lagoon or Disneyland. But this can also be professional development, learning, growing, this yearning for learning, this desire to acquire, moving toward rewards. And when we have that, we're doing life is fun, it's enjoyable, it's engaging. There's a feeling of contentment, like, yeah, life is good. The third is the need for connection. All of us are born in this life with this longing for belonging, this craving for connection with other people, whether that is in roommates, whether that's in romantic relationships, faith communities. In young babies, we call it attachment. This is critical for all of us, this feeling of I feel like I belong. I'm connected, I have my tribe, my peeps, and we're able to do a lot of fun things together. Okay, we do this through kindness and gratitude, through fun things, appreciation. All of that strengthens that feeling of connection, and the result is a feeling of love, that I feel love. Now, COVID-19 happens, boom, it hits. It was one of the few things historically, you look out through history, very few things have had a profound of effect on our well-being as COVID. Why? Because it has a pandemic and sickness. No. Why? Because it was one of the few things historically that knocked out all three needs in a matter of days. Think about it. Safety, masks and vaccines, all that stuff, craziness. Satisfaction, you can't go bowling, you couldn't go to school, you couldn't go out to eat, restaurants, nothing with your friends. Connection, I couldn't see my parents or neighbors or those in the faith community. It was nuts. That's why there was the big dip. In fact, historically, we hit an all-time low for happiness and well-being. Not surprising, but why? It's this. See, when our three fundamental needs are met, safety, satisfaction, and connection, we're more likely to flourish. At least we're in a better position to be open to influence and flourishing. So keep those in mind. Now, many of you are familiar with this. I'm Reuben Hill, right? ABCX, and you've kind of seen this. And so I'll talk a little bit about this, assuming that many of us know this, the stress model. There's a stressor event, and how that event affects us and our level of resilience or crisis comes down to largely two big rocks, two big areas, our resources and relationships and perception, how we perceive the stressor event. So people can go through COVID or through cancer or anything else, the exact same type of thing, but they perceive it differently. And they may have different access to resources and different relationships that help them through that struggle. So two people, one can really flourish, another one flounder, depending on our perception and our resources and relationships. So let's talk about searching inward. Searching inward, I love talking, I'm very much strengths-based. Now, physical strengths, dancing and singing and that's great too. But I'm a bigger fan of discovering and using our inner strengths. What are those strengths? This is a free assessment. How many of you are familiar with Martin Seligman, kind of the father of positive psychology? I love his stuff. This assessment you take, and it will crank out your top 5, he calls them your signature strengths. And I'm a huge fan of that. I have my signature strengths. I actually printed them out in a Word doc, cut them out, taped them to the bottom of my computer screen, so every single day, I'm focusing on my strengths. Secret number 1 to happiness and resilience in this life. The happiest people on this planet, they know and use their strengths and they manage their weaknesses. Don't focus on weaknesses and try to, no, I'm going to improve this weakness. Focus on your strengths and manage weaknesses. In fact, recent research, I just read this article the other day, so I just put this up for this presentation right there. Character strengths predict resilience over and above positive affect, self-efficacy, optimism, social support, self-esteem, and life satisfaction. Now, those are all important, but they found that above those, your strengths, knowing, using your strengths. So again, I make my students do it. I force my wife and my kids to do it as well. Know your strengths and then use those strengths. Okay, number 2, part of searching inward is living true to your core 4. Your core 4 values will be a compass and a guide that will help you through your life, especially in times of struggle. You rely on those 4. So what are my values, Dr. Dave? It's not stuff that you value, but it's actually a part of who you are. For example, everyone in this room, it's going to kind of take a grim turn here. All of us are going to die, okay? Just saying. Secret's out. All of us are going to die. Now, this is your funeral. Oh, okay, this is really grim. You're up here now in a casket, and now someone is going to be here, maybe a traditional funeral. Someone's going to be up here, and they're going to be talking about you. Now, if they can only say 4 words about you and your character and the kind of person that you are, what 4 words do you want them to use to describe you and your life and how you lived? The kind of person that you are. Does that make sense? Have you ever thought about that? Better start thinking, because you know what? I don't want people to get up and be like, Dr. Dave, he was so frugal. I might just come up right out of the casket and be like, what? You're kidding me? You're calling me cheap? Right? I don't want that. I don't know about you. Even hardworking, my dishwasher works hard, man. No, that's not what I want. how do you want people to describe you? This is a list, and it's not an exhaustive list, but you really need to think about your values because your values will be your compass. And if you have kids or plan to have kids, you better be knowing how am I going to teach these values? By how I live, by actually what I say. Now mine up here actually spell the word chap. I'm just going to tell you, C-H-A-P. Okay, I actually have it tattooed on my finger so I'll never forget. C-H-A-P. Okay, no I don't, you guys. That's weird. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, just seeing if you're paying attention. But they're tattooed up here. Okay, right? I know those. It's compassion, humility, appreciation, and positive. I want to be a kind person. I want to be a loving person. I'm striving to be humble. I want to be grateful. I want to be a positive person. That's what I want them to say about me. Now, if you know your core four and you live true to those, then when life happens and stress happens, the goal now is to live true to your core four and act on your four, not on your feelings. That is one of the biggest struggles in this life. When life gets stressful and your values are tested, this is often what happens. Here's my values, and here's my behavior. Maybe I slipped and I said something I shouldn't, or reacted to my kids and yelled at them or whatever. And now you see this gap. I call that the guilt gap. The gap between our ideal, our values, and our behavior. All of us will experience this guilt probably every single day of our lives. We're working to align our behavior and our lives with our beliefs and our values. The closer we can align those, the happier and more peaceful and joy you'll have in this life. That's a huge secret. Align your values with your behavior. You're going to blow it, and I blow it, and then we're going to feel guilty. Get back up there and strive. Now, over time, I'm not perfect at this, but I'm getting better. That when I'm tempted to become a nuclear reactor, is what I call it, instead of a first responder, and when I will nuclear react to something, I think, oh, Dave, is this going to violate one of your core four? Because if it is, don't say it. Don't do it. Now, and I'll still slip. But the closer we can align our values with our behavior, the happier and more peaceful you will be in this life. So, your homework assignment. You're going to do your character strengths. What are your strengths? Talents, gifts. What are your core four values that guide your life? Okay, another part of searching inward is not comparing outward. So here's another big secret, you guys. All you have to do, the recipe for unhappiness and misery in this life, all you have to do is switch those two words around, right? The secret sauce for happiness and peace and resilience is search inward, turn outward. The recipe for misery, switch the two words. Search outward and turn inward. And that's it. That's what I've discovered through the science and through life. Those people that try to search outward and selfies and Hollywood happiness, and if I just do all this, and if I'm searching outward, you'll never get enough of what you don't need because what you don't need will never satisfy you. You will never get enough of what you don't need because what you don't need will never satisfy you. My wife's like, I object. Shoes and purses. I can never get enough of those, she said. I'm like, well, I don't know about that. Do you see that? When people search outward, it causes them to turn inward. And when I'm inward, I can't even see you or care about you because I'm so focused on myself and I'm trying to search for happiness out here, and you'll never find lasting happiness out here. That's the secret. Search inward. What are my talents, gifts, strengths, values? Turn outward and stop comparing ourselves to others. Another part of searching inward is learning to enjoy and give attention to the present moment. The happiest people on this planet are those who have learned to enjoy their day, period. They've learned to enjoy, to be present with, to focus on who I'm with and what I'm doing in that present moment. Because what happens in life, all of us experience emotions, Dr. Dave, in the present moment. Okay, when else are you going to experience an emotion? Okay, stick with me. But many of our emotions are anchored either in the past or in the future. For example, look at this list of emotions. Look at this. Anger, sadness. Like I can actually make myself sad. I can make myself angry by thinking about the argument that I had with my roommate or my spouse or the person who cut me off. You can actually start to feel those feelings of sadness, grief, anger by going back to those emotions, replaying them in your mind. Yes, I'm experiencing it now, but it's anchored where? In the past. Now, what I'm not saying, don't misunderstand me, I'm not saying don't experience these emotions. These are horrible emotions. Okay, I'm not saying that. We're humans, we're meant to experience all these emotions. What I'm saying is don't set up camp in the past. It's okay to look in the rearview mirror of life, but don't stare. You're going to miss everything else that's going on. These are anchored in the past. But when you're grieving, be all in grieving, right? Someone has passed away or something tragic has happened. Don't be like, okay, I just need to smile and put on a happy. No. Experience that emotion of grief is very, very real. Experience that and cry. Let it ugly cry. Let it all out and be there. But be mindful about it. So don't go weeks and months of constant weeping. That's not a healthy place to be. Okay, what about future emotions? Take a look at this. Where's anxiety and stress? Man, we're just like an anxious nation. Isn't that like historic levels? Where is anxiety and stress and worry, concern? Where is all that anchored? It's in the future. It's things that haven't even happened yet. Now, I'm not saying stress and worry. Yes, there's things that you need to worry about and stress about, but when we're constantly absorbed in the future, what are we missing out on? Right here. Isn't that crazy? The here and now. This is the feelings of joy and peace and happiness, and I'm rolling around with my 2-year-old or talking to my teenager or out on a trip with my partner or loved one. Be all in, present right then. Enjoy now who you're with, what you're doing. Now, yeah, you can see some of these optimism and hope and looking forward to something is awesome. Looking back on appreciation, that's great. Those are wonderful. So the whole point of this is mindfully choose where your emotions are going, what you're experiencing. Be with it. Don't just go wherever the feeling goes and whatever I'm doing. At least be mindfully aware. Yeah, man, I'm worrying again about my teenager or their choices or my son. It's okay, but don't keep going back there over and over. I love this quote by Thich Nhat Hanh. He teaches, your mind is like a piece of land planted with many different kinds of seeds. Seeds of joy, peace, mindfulness, understanding, and love. Notice those are in the present. Seeds of craving, anger, fear, hate, and forgetfulness. These many different kinds of seeds, they're always there, sleeping in the soil of your mind. And then he says this, the quality of your life depends on the seeds you water. If you plant tomato seeds in your gardens, tomatoes will grow. Well, maybe not in Cache Valley, but just so. If you water a seed of peace in your mind, peace will grow. When the seed of happiness in yours water, you'll become happy. When the seed of anger in yours water, you become angry. Then he says the seeds that are watered frequently are those that grow strong. When I'd read this, I had to put the book down. I was like, what? That's crazy. I'm the one holding the watering can. And too often I give it either to my spouse or my kids or to a politician, anyone, right, that I disagree with. And I'm like, yeah, make me, yeah, keep going. That anger seed's getting real stirred up. Keep watering that one. Whoa. You're the master gardener. You have that watering can. The quality of your life depends on the seeds that you water. So be mindfully aware of those seeds. Point number 2 is turn outward. So we search inward. That's always about you, not in a selfish sense. Okay, searching inward is not a selfish way. Turn outward is never about you. And that's the secret sauce to happiness in this life. It's not about you. Turning outward is always about others. One of the best ways, this is not rocket science, and everyone knows this, but the science now has really exploded. Dr. Robert Emmons, I love these books, by the way, Thanks and Gratitude Works. He says, we know from studies that gratitude helps us recover from loss and trauma. Holy smokes. Anyone experienced loss or trauma in their family or in your own self in the last few years? He says this is the key. He says it helps us to deal with the slow drip of everyday stress, as well as the massive personal upheavals in the face of, and then he goes off, suffering and pain and loss and trials and tribulations. He says gratitude is absolutely essential. He says it's part of our psychological immune system. Okay, holy smokes. How many of you even knew we had a psychological immune system? Okay, not me. Physical immune system, yes. What's the purpose of that? So we get sick, right? It doesn't completely prevent sickness, but when we are sick, we have a strong immune system. We're able to get healthy quicker, we recover faster, and we take vitamin C and fish oils and essential oils and all this other stuff that's out there. All these supplements, why? To boost our immune system. Again, it doesn't prevent us from getting sick, physically sick. Just so. We have a psychological immune system. And when that is full and it's strong, it doesn't mean you're not going to have hard days. It means when you do experience that trials and struggles and tragedies and stress, you're able to be more resilient and you're able to see things more clearly. Barbara Fredrickson, positive psychologist, actually she wrote a book called Positivity, one of probably my top 5 books I've ever read. Positivity by Barbara Fredrickson. She talks about this broaden and build theory. Through her lab, she's been able to show that negativity narrows. Negativity literally narrows our vision. When we are stressed and negative, we can't see all the possibilities. We can't be creative with everything else that's going on in our life. Positivity, it broadens and builds. So when you have a reservoir of positivity in your life, then when the stress and the struggle come, we perceive it. Do you remember back to Reuben Hill, the ABCX? Resources and perception. You perceive things differently from a different perspective when you're full of positivity and happiness and gratitude and kindness. So here's some happy hacks. Here's some gratitude hacks. Number 1, 3 good things. They've done research studies. The people who have even a little journal, even in your phone, and you write down 3 good things. 3 good things and why you're grateful for those things and why they happened that day. I love this exercise. If we had more time, I'd have you pull out a piece of paper and I would have you jot down the top 10 people, places, experiences, and things in your life that you're so grateful for. Because really in this life, you can only be grateful for people, places, experiences, and things. And so you jot those down. Take this as a homework assignment. Wouldn't be Dr. Dave if I'm not giving you homework. And start making that list. Now you're going to get to 10. I want you to go to 50. Who are the top 50 people who've made a difference in my life? Start with maybe 5, right? And be like, okay, yeah, friends and family and close people in my life. And then those experiences that made you who you are, those defining experiences, and then places that you love to visit. This experience is powerful because when people are actually doing it and they're writing it down, who are they not thinking about? They're not thinking about themselves. And that's the key to the happiness. It expands their mind. They start going back. Gratitude is always backwards. They're going back into their minds about these experiences, these people, these things in their life. And they jot them down. And then when they're at the grocery store and they're in line, instead of scrolling social media, they're like, man, I am grateful. I'm grateful for my dog, right? I'm grateful for electricity. You start adding to this list. And then you send them a letter. You go to that list of the top people in your life, and as a wise person once said, he said, we should never fail to thank those who have taught us well. We should never fail to thank those who have taught us well. As soon as he said that, I started writing letters, handwritten letters to former high school teachers and a scoutmaster and people in my life. I thought, man, I've got a lot of people to be grateful for. I need to start that. Now, if on that list you have someone that has passed away, you can still write the letter of love, of gratitude, of appreciation. In fact, I encourage you to do it. They've done this in studies, and they set up a chair, pretending like my grandpa is there, or whoever that person is that's deceased. You sit down, and you read the letter out loud in front as if they're right there, or at the cemetery. It's a powerful experience. Bring a box of Kleenexes because there's going to be tears. Write a letter. You can email it, you can call it, you can send it to your parents or whatever it is, but write that letter. Now you can also do this in reverse. Back my 30th birthday many years ago, I called up my parents and I said, hey, Mom and Dad, I know it's kind of weird to ask for a present, but I'm going to ask both of you for the gift. The only gift I want from you this year is this. I want a letter, a handwritten letter, from each of you as if it was the last letter you would ever write to me in this life. Please put in it that counsel, that direction, the types of values you want me to have, the things you want me to never forget, the things that are so important to you. And I have those letters and they are treasures. Because you know what? We don't know when our clock stops ticking. If your parents are still alive, ask for that letter. Okay? Now, if you're older, some of them are older, and you have kids, write that letter. Ask them for a letter to you as if it's the last letter they would ever write. It's a treasure to me. More than any kind of money, that is a treasure to me. I just pulled it out a few weeks ago and I read through it again. I think, man, I'm so grateful for my parents. Make those visits. Read it out loud to them. Send it, email, call, Facebook, FaceTime it. Write those letters. Powerful. Okay, one of the things we do in the Schramm fam, not very difficult. This can be done at the dinner table. It can be done as I'm taking them to soccer practice. In our family, we do it at nighttime right before our kids go to bed. In our family, we have a family prayer, and then I say one thing that made me grateful or happy that day. It's called our Happy Thought. We've been doing it for 19 years. Me and then my wife, and then each of our kids just share something that they're so glad that happened that day, something that made them happy. It's a great way to end the day. Now, lest you think like, oh man, Dr. Dave and his perfect little family singing Kumbaya every night and hugging. Okay, no. No, there are nights when it's like, okay, my happy thought is your butt's in bed and your butt's in bed and get to bed, dang it. Yeah, so it's not all peaches and cream, but you can start little traditions of this happiness. And it's like planting a little drip into their reservoirs of psychological immune system. Mental subtraction. Go back up to your top 10 people, places, experiences, and things, and you just mentally subtract. What would my life be like without my dog? A hot shower, right? You just mentally subtract. What would it be like without my mom or my boyfriend or whatever it is? Mentally subtract those things. You can do this anywhere. Mentally subtract. It's a great exercise to help you. Okay, this one I came up with several years ago. I just call it text 2 before 10. You just text 2 people before 10 a.m., a text of love, of appreciation, of gratitude. In fact, dang it, we're going to do it right now. Pull out your phones. I know this is really risky. Okay, check Instagram because you're going to do it anyway. And then, okay, before you do it, in your minds, just think for a second and just say, okay, who needs a text from me right now? Now, if you do that sincerely, there will be a name or a face will come into your mind. Send them a text. Just 30 seconds. The more specific, the better. And just send them a text. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to let you do it. I'm going to take a drink. Send a text of love, of appreciation, gratitude. I'm going to take a picture of everybody and send it to my wife and be like, they were all on their phones, babe. It was the worst. It was the worst ever. They were all on their phones. Okay, now finish up your text or whatever. Keep going. Can you imagine if everybody in the world did, heck, if even 1 million people, heck, if even just those students at Cedar City, right, at SUU, did this every single day, even 3 days a week, even on the weekends? Do you see what I'm saying? Can you imagine the ripple effect that that would have? You try it for a month, that's 60 people. You're like, doctor, I don't even know 60 people. Yeah, yes, you do. Pull out your yearbook and just start texting people. No, don't do that. Don't be a creeper. No one likes a creeper. Okay, now some of you are going to get a text back. Well, some of you are going to get a text back. It's like, you okay? You all right? Okay, now if you get one of those texts, it might mean you need to text a little bit more often than once every never, okay? At least a specific note on gratitude. Now, some are going to get a text that's like, what do you want, right? So, again, it may mean that you need to text them a little bit more often. But can you imagine trying this? Put this in your phone at 7:30 or 8, whatever. It pops up, and you're like, oh, yeah, text 2 before 10. Who needs a text from me today? And you check in with someone who is sick or has a parent who's sick or has a big test coming up or has a struggle. You see that? Because if you treat everybody as if they're going through a pretty rough task, you're going to be right more than half the time. Just Send it. Send it. This will change lives, but it takes 30 seconds. You want to make a real difference? Text 2 before 10. Just try it. Try it for 3 days even, and you'll be hooked. And you'll have relationships and all kinds of things. I remember one time I was talking about this, and someone came up afterwards and they said, Dr. Dave, you'll never believe it. I felt like I should be check in with this person. I just felt like it over and over and over. Now all of a sudden you told me to do it, and so I'm like, okay, I need to check in with her. She immediately texted me back, and she said, I can't believe you just texted me right now. We need to have lunch. I'm really, really struggling, having suicidal thoughts, and we really need to get together. You don't know what they're going through. Send a text. It's one of the easiest ways, and it increases your positivity and well-being and potentially, lunch dates and stuff, just saying, right? Text 2 before 10. Okay, now I've done this all across the country. I've received some interesting ones back. This one says, hey, having a great time at my conference. It makes me realize what a special family we have. I love you both. Greg's like, who is this? Like, wrong number, lady. Okay, now if you get one of these, it might mean a little bit more often. What about this one? Hey, sweetie, just think about how sweet and kind you are. Who is this? Your husband. Is this meeting that dull and uninteresting that you're texting me? So again, you get one of these, text a little bit more often, right? Okay, gratitude is powerful. Kindness is king. And all the studies that have been done, Martin Seligman says, doing a kind act produces the single most reliable momentary increase in well-being of any exercise that they have ever tested over the last 25 years, since 1998. They've been doing these studies about what is it that increases positivity and happiness and peace and well-being in people's lives. Kindness, they say, trumps everything else. You want to be happy, you turn outward and do something kind for someone else, like text 2 before 10. Put it in your calendar. Because if you don't, you're going to forget it and be like, oh yeah, what was that? Small and simple little acts of kindness. I mentioned earlier, treat everybody as if they're going through a difficult challenge, and you'll be right more than half the time. And in the end, it's better to be remembered for your kindness rather than your greatness. It is. Come back to your funeral, and they're talking about you. Do you want them to talk about, oh yeah, she was such a great volleyball player? Or do you want them to say, man, she was one of the most kind, gentle, and loving souls that ever walked this earth? Be remembered for your kindness, not your greatness. Okay, number 3, look upward. So we're plowing along, increasing in positivity and hope and meaning and purpose in our lives. I saw this is a social media post from a friend that we had in Columbia, Missouri, and she gave me permission to post this. I zoomed in purposely on this first, and then I'll zoom out. But there you see a dog, and you see a pickleball net, okay? Now, just looking at the size of that dog and the size of the net, raise your hand if you think that dog, if it really wanted to get over that, could probably run and jump over that net. Yeah, most likely, just kind of looking at the size of that dog. Okay, now let me zoom out and I'll read her post. She says, Stanley's a pretty smart guy, so this surprised me. He suddenly didn't know how to get around the pickleball net. When I called him, here's the kicker. It's been there for a few years, you guys. He even gave a half-lazy effort to try to jump over it. He sat there looking at me like, come on, man, open the gate. Okay, now humorous at first, and I thought it was as well. I was like, oh my gosh, that is so funny. Now, at least 2 lessons from this. How many of you in this room have ever had stressors and challenges and struggles? Trials, tribulations. And you felt like the net was that close in your face. Yeah, you can't even see how high it is because you're right up, your nose is up against it. You can't even see down to the end of the net because your nose is up against it. And it's in your face, you feel overwhelmed, I can't go another day, this is really overwhelming for me in my life. Now, what is not helpful for people to say in that situation from up at the top? Is it very helpful to be like, hey, you moron, just go around the net, right? Just jump over the net. It's not that hard. Not helpful when our face is up against the stress and the trial and the struggle, is it? It's not. It's not helpful. Sometimes we're the dog, and sometimes we're the owner up at the top. We have a different perspective. Be patient with those who are going through the stress and the struggle, because you don't know how close they are to that. And offering these simple solutions of, oh yeah, well, you just go see a counselor, and then if you're so stressed out, be careful, be patient, And my favorite word in the English language, compassion. Compassion, compassion, compassion for those who are going through that. Because it's difficult to look upward when we're surrounded by all this stress that's pointing us downward. Another part of this, of looking upward, is this principle of we tend to notice and find whatever we're looking for in life. Have you noticed that? We tend to find whatever, if we have a position, whether it is political or religious or anything else, and you're scrolling on Facebook, immediately see somebody, and they're saying something, and you're like, yeah, I agree. Man, this is so good. I'm going to share this. We'll find whatever we're looking for. Someone you don't like walks into the room, and you'll notice what they're wearing and how they're walking, and even how they hold their fork will drive you nuts if you don't like somebody. We'll always find what we're looking for. Complainers will always find something to complain about. Grateful people will always find something to be grateful for. What is it that you're looking for? What is it when your eyes are upward? What is it truly that you are looking for? And you will find it. So look for and find the good. You'll see it. You'll notice it when we start looking for it more in our lives. Okay, this feeling of transcendence and awe. This is up at the Tetons, being able, how many of you had that experience where you've done something, you've hiked somewhere, you've held a newborn, you've looked up, whether it was the eclipse. How many of you saw the eclipse? Yeah, maybe not like saw it, but maybe through glasses. Yeah, that eclipse. Some of that is just this feeling of awe. You look up at the universe and you feel like, wow, we are so small really in this big vastness. When we look upward and find meaning and purpose and hope in this life, that's a good place to be. That's a great place to be when we feel this sense of wonder and direction. I like this term SOS. SOS, that signal of like, was it 3 long beep, 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 and then 3 short beep, 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 or however it goes, right? 3 and 3 and 3. That's the signal of distress for SOS. I need help. I like to say, what is your source of strength? What's your source of strength? What's your source of support? Here's the Schramm fam. Here we are. We're helping my good old mama on the far left with a little project of putting all kinds of gravel and stuff and some rock in their backyard. And we all get together. I have 4 sisters and a brother. That was an awesome experience. We rarely get together, but man, when the Schramm fam gets together, we have a lot of fun. They're a source of support. When my mom's cancer, we all get on the phone, we talk. We find that source of strength and support. Same with, here's the Schramm fam and our daughter in the middle. This is the one that had bunion surgery and the biffed it on the track, right? She looks a little bit better. I think she overcame it through some counseling and things. She did, it'd be all right. What is your source of strength? What is your source of support? What are the resources, the people, the experiences? Where do you go? All of us need to have the source, our go-to. This is one of many for us. Is family. Okay, pressing forward. Oh man, each of us are going to go through those hurdles in life. We're going to trip over those hurdles. But if we can get up and win the race. In my mind's eye, I picture 2 circles, right? One circle is things that really matter. And I encourage people up at the top, things that matter. And then I say, okay, right, what is it that really matters to you? And put it in the circle, whatever it is. And the older I get, I feel like I'm on this, right? The older I get, I'm getting gray hair. The smaller that circle is, you guys, I'm telling you. Things that I thought that really used to matter, like my favorite football team when they lost. Oh man, I was depressed for 3 days and I was blaming the ref and the coaches. And what were you thinking? I thought that really mattered and I was so sad. I stayed off social media because my friends had read. I'm like, wait a second, what? What is it that really matters? And that's shrinking over time. The stuff that really matters. And then I have another circle. What is it that you can control? Okay, I used to think you can control kids. Holy cow. Wake-up call when we had 4 teenagers at the same time. That was nuts. I used to think, yeah, we could control. But really what I try to focus on is that middle section. What is it that really matters in life? Like truly matters, and what is it that I can control? And that little thin slice of life, that's where I try to put my time, my effort, the worry and the stress. That's what I try to do, is what can I control, and what is it that really matters? Now, where do the source of our struggles come from in this life? Really, I think it boils down to 3 areas. Our circumstances, whether, right, COVID or cancer or stuff that just happens in our lives we have zero control over. What about others' choices? Yeah, man, there's going to be some mean people. They're going to say and do mean things. You just get online, you start scrolling, you look over the Middle East, you see all of this. Others' choices, people are doing awful things. How much control do you have over that? Very little. And then I point them to the top and I say, yeah, you know what? You control you and your choices. The things that really matter, the things that you can control. This triangle of troubled times, take a deep breath and go back to what is your area? What's your locus of control? Where's the focus of your life? What can you really control? Now this can work for teenagers and others to help them understand a lot of stuff is going to happen. Mean, ugly stuff. Focus on you. Focus on what really matters. And that are resources. Helping us to press forward in life. Talked earlier about that, the little model, resources and relationships, and all the, from creativity to having a pet. How many of you have a pet that you just totally rely on? It's just a source of comfort. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, we have a little Yorkie, a little 5-pound Yorkie named Max. And when I get home today, Max, for some reason, I don't like him, but for some reason he likes the person most who doesn't like him. And he's going to come to me. Max is on kidney failure, actually. He should have died 2 months ago. And he's kind of on his last days. But there's some little weird, quirky joy that I get out of making Max happy. Isn't that weird? He'll come up to me and he just loves his scratchies, and I'll rub his belly. And that gives me joy to make Max happy. I think, wait a minute, that's weird, Dave. No, it's not weird. It's not weird. There's this joy, this sense of, okay, I can get home from school, leave everything, and just, yeah. It's for others, it's a music, or it's an instrument, or it is a hobby. It's going camping, it's writing, it's doing something, this sense of flow that you can rely on. It's a friend, someone to turn to as you're pressing forward in life. We all need that. What's your SOS? Your source of strength and support. So, search inward, turn outward, look upward, and press forward. Here's a few resources. Some of the people are like, oh man, I love this area. I love all this stuff. And I've listened, Blinkist is a subscription. Some of you may have heard of it. It's a pay service that you can listen to 15-minute version of books. They basically boil the entire book down to 15 minutes. They call it Blinks. And I listen to the 15-minute. I listen to over 200 of these. And then the ones that I really like, then I buy. This is what I call my Dave's Faves list. Favorite book on anxiety? Oh, man, has to be Judd Brewer. So good. On it's more kind of this habits as far as depression. But he gives, man, over 100 of these small little science-backed happy hacks from sunlight to massage and sleep that can help us. It's called The Upward Spiral by Alex Korb. And then you see the Barbara Frederick's, Positivity book and Thanks and Authentic Happiness. These are some of my go-to books related to happiness and positivity and resilience in this life. Here's some resources. As I close, I simply share these. It's all free. I don't get anything. USU Extension, that's my job, is to get good stuff out of people. But I thought, during the pandemic, where are people? They're on their phones, man. They're on their phones. So I had a videographer come in his mask. It was weird. Then I had him take it off. And we made like over 200 videos on parenting and positivity and marriage relationships. But I made them like 2 minutes and 5 minutes. I call it Thrive in 5. 5 minutes, and here's an awesome idea that you can do right now. Or Dr. Dave's Tuesday 2-minute tips. And I just said, here's a little tip that you can do right now. Make it very, very practical. And so I have, USU said, you got to have a YouTube channel. So I made a YouTube channel. I started a podcast last September with Dr. Liz Hale, licensed clinical psychologist in Salt Lake City. And we just talk about relationships and about marriage. We bring on couples, we bring on therapists and authors and professionals, and we talk about how to strengthen our marriage and our relationships. And then on social media, man, all this stuff, I don't sell anything ever. It's just giving out the best secrets on resilience and positivity and happiness and parenting, couple relationships, just getting it all out there, out of the books and into simple little digestible ways of getting this information out there. Okay, I'm going to end with this. I'm going to come full circle and end with this. I didn't tell you the full story, so back to Chandler. She biffed it that night. She was at home, she's getting ready for bed, and I had heard a poem many years ago. I printed it out and I went downstairs and I showed it to her and we read it together. And this to me, and some of you may have heard of this, it's called The Race by D. Groberg, but I'm going to read it because it's a powerful reminder of really what matters in life. Whenever I start to hang my head in front of failure's face, my downward fall is broken by the memory of a race. A children's race, young boys, young men, how I remember well. Excitement, sure, but also fear, it wasn't hard to tell. They all lined up so full of hope, each thought to win that race, or tie for first, or if not that, at least take second place. Their parents watched from off the side, each cheering for their son, and each boy hoped to show his folks that he would be the one. The whistle blew, and off they flew like chariots of fire. To win, to be the hero there was each young boy's desire. One boy in particular, whose dad was in the crowd, was running in the lead and thought, my dad will be so proud. But as he speeded down the field and crossed a shallow dip, the little boy who thought he'd win lost his step and slipped. Trying hard to catch himself, his arms flew every place, and midst the laughter of the crowd, he fell flat on his face. As he fell, his hope fell too. He couldn't win it now. Humiliated, he just wished to disappear somehow. But as he fell, his dad stood up and showed his anxious face, which to the boy so clearly said, get up and win that race. He quickly rose, no damage done, behind a bit, that's all, and ran with all his mind and might to make up for his fall. So anxious to restore himself, to catch up and to win, his mind went faster than his legs. He slipped and fell again. He wished that he had quit before with only one disgrace. I'm hopeless as a runner now. I shouldn't try to race. But through the laughing crowd, he searched and found his father's face with a steady look that said again, get up and win that race. So he jumped up to try again, 10 yards behind the last. If I'm to gain those yards, he thought, I've got to run real fast. Exceeding everything he had, he regained 8, then 10, but trying hard to catch the lead, he slipped and fell again. Defeat, he lay there silently, a tear dropped from his eye. There's no sense running anymore. 3 strikes, I'm out. Why try? I've lost, so what's the use, he thought. I'll live with my disgrace. But then he thought about his dad, who soon he'd have to face. Get up, an echo sounded low. You haven't lost it all, for all you have to do to win is rise each time you fall. Get up, the echo urged him on. Get up and take your place. You are not meant for failure here. Get up and win that race. So up he rose to run once more, refusing to forfeit, and he resolved that win or lose, at least he wouldn't quit. So far behind the others now, the most had ever been. Still he gave it all he had and ran like he could win. 3 times had fallen stumbling. 3 times he rose again. Too far behind to hope to win, he still ran to the end. They cheered another boy who crossed the line and won first place. Head high and proud and happy, no falling, no disgrace. But when the fallen youngster crossed the line in last place, the crowd gave him a greater cheer for finishing the race. And even though he came in last, with head bowed low, unproud, you would have thought he'd won the race to listen to the crowd. And to his dad, he sadly said, I didn't do so well. To me, you won, the father said. You rose each time you fell. And now when things seem dark and bleak and difficult to face, the memory of that little boy helps me in my own race. For all of life is like that race, with ups and downs and all you have to do to win is rise each time you fall. And when depression and despair shout loudly in my face, another voice within me says, get up and win that race. When life gets challenging, it isn't fair and all hope seems lost, we still have a choice to make. We can become better or we can become bitter. It's our choice. Thank you.
So one more time, we're grateful for Dave Schramm and his work and his presentation. If we can, one more round of applause, and we've got swag for him. So thank you, everybody, for coming and being with us. Hopefully you're able to get what you needed to get while being here. We have in the back our career fair begins. And we've got our employers back there. You're welcome to spend time with them, get to know their agencies. If you're looking at the human services, that's where they're from and the agencies they represent. So we're grateful to have them here. If you have questions about CEUs, the registration desk can help you. Those that need continuing education units as professionals, they'll be able to help you get oriented to being able to receive those. And thank you again, everybody, for joining us.